All right, I got a lot to talk about today. I have a lot of those, like, it's been a while since I've had a stream that's like front loaded with the discussion. Because I've had a lot to think about this week, especially on the game design and I would say game industry in general. So I got a lot already on mind. I had an interesting discussion about some of this yesterday too. I was talking to a friend of mine about some of this. I've had an interesting week engaging in some of the. Oh, it's the same music from the first game. That's nice. Let's see. I just want to see really quick. Update. Interesting. I don't know why you'd have an update. Oh, I don't know why, but seeing an update function on a Game Boy game feels so weird. That seems so strange. I don't understand. Nevertheless. Yeah. So last time we ended Golden Sun. Like the original, the first game, and then we started the Lost Stage at the end of that stream because I didn't really realize how quickly they moved into each other. So this will be how we do it. We're just gonna go straight into Golden Sun, the Lost Stage, because might as well. I don't really see a reason to delay this one just because I can. It's not like other game series that we have where I can have indeterminate periods between games, you know? This one's pretty like, okay, no, it's seamlessly transitions from one to the other. One of the ones I'm thinking of is my, the fact that I listed that the Stadium games would go with Battle Revolution, and that hasn't happened yet, as of this stream. But it will. I actually can say that with some certainty. And by certainty, I mean, if I can help it that next, my brain's working really hard. If I can help it that next year I can actually get around to it. Okay. If I can get around to it, my goal is to try and start it in January. That's kind of my plan. Because I have 2 series in mind already for January. One is to celebrate the that we've been streaming for. At that point, it'll have been a total of 3 years because we streamed 2022, 2023, 2024. So it'll be celebrating the fact that I've been streaming for 3 years and that I'll be starting my 4th year. So it'll be celebrating 3 years. You know, I don't know why this particular thing is confusing the crap out of me, but I'm not sure why though. It's not even that hard. You just walk like this. You just walk this way. But yeah, I've had a lot to think about this week. I'll start with the elephant in the room because I think I'm gonna end up discussing it no matter what I do. The Game Awards, because it's bound to come up. I think it's inevitable. But the nomination process, it opened up. It's interesting because in my friend group, it opened up quite an interesting discussion point, which was, you know, does DLC classify for the Game Awards? And it's an interesting thing to look at because it's like, okay, what defines what is and isn't a meaning, like what would define, how do I best put it? It's like, this is the problem I've been having with it, is how do you say, it's like, because how do you define how big of a DLC is it before it's like, okay, you're just like giving Horse Armor Game of the Year, that's weird. But hey, how's it going today, Echo? But yeah, I was just talking about the Game Awards, but the nominations themselves don't seem that bad. It's DLC shouldn't be Game of the Year. That's your take? See, I think I was talking to a friend about it, and the difficulty is that or remakes or remasters. See, and I actually did quite a bit of thinking on this because both of them have opened up quite a bit of, I wouldn't say controversy. Oh, it's a lot of controversy among everybody. They're good enough; they should get their own categories. Well, and that's kind of what was intriguing about this, was that they said we're changing the rules that these things are allowed to be in this space, right? that we're allowing DLC, and they didn't really say anything about remakes or remasters, but they said that that DLC is now allowed to qualify for Game of the Year. Which, here's the difficult thing, is that when we consider what classifies as a game, and I think there is some merit in saying that it is possible. Remake and remaster is different enough from the original game, then sure. Well, and then actually, you're ahead of me a little bit, because when it comes to DLC as well, if there is enough content there that it could very well have been released as its own game, and you know, of course there could be the argument, why is it then stapled to another game as DLC? But it's interesting because you have to take it and say, okay, what qualifies this for these sorts of things? Like, what qualifies it as its own thing? But even furthermore, some games become different games because of a DLC. My friend actually brought up the example of Cyberpunk 2077. The inclusion of Phantom Liberty alone fundamentally altered the game and its quality to a point where, if you look at the two games next to each other, they have the same core, but they have become two different things. Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon. I think Blood Dragon is an interesting one to bring up for that, because it's the same engine, but just a different game. So it isn't really a DLC either. It's just a different game, because when you look at it on stores, it is just listed as a separate piece. You know, I just realized, why am I running back through here as if this is going to change? But the Game Awards has asked the question, what makes something a whole different game? So got Far Cry 3 in the title. Well, I mean, that's the same as Final Fantasy 13, 2, and 3. I don't think that really defines it in that same way. There's its own release. But then it's just a separate game. There's no debate there. It's just its own game. And I think that's kind of where I think Shadow of the Erdtree doesn't quite do the same thing, is that when you look at it and you say, oh, but it's like Shadow of the Erdtree is connected to a game, but, and that's where I think a lot of the difficulties arriving from, is that, oh, well, how do we begin to grapple with the question of what makes a game? And I think remakes are also in this interesting sort of quagmire of a space, because, yeah, how do we define that sort of stuff, right? How do we say, okay, this is a remake? Because a remake in itself is not a new game. But, and one could very easily argue that it's like, oh, but it has enough differences and it's such a big departure from the original that it should be considered its own. I would say, like, the Resident Evil and Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 2 remakes fall into that category, where by taking new inspirations from different places and changing the game's flow entirely, okay, you've made systematic, like, on the, you know, the core mechanics, it is a different game, but it's not a new game. It is fundamentally the same story we had before, but it's not the same as making a brand new story in a brand new game. But it's a different process, because that translation can create a new game. But I'm not sure where I fall on it yet, on specifically with Shadow of the Erdtree being nominated, because, you know, it also depends on, because I know that they take into account voting. They do have that voting system, and I kind of wonder if, you know, if the people speak, then might just well be that everyone throwing a hissy fit, it doesn't matter, because the nomination is what bothers people, not the victory. Just because something's nominated doesn't mean it's going to win. And maybe, you know, maybe there's some, maybe Keeley is doing some shenanigans behind the scenes, but that's not neither here nor there. But the greater point is that, okay, we have the question: does it count as its own game? And it's interesting because if you want to apply, you have to apply a model. You have to come up with what defines a game, and what defines two separate experiences, two separate games. And you have to find a model that works consistently enough that you can apply it to various various cases. And even further, can you apply, if you're going to say, okay, DLC can count for Game of the Year, is there a criteria that allows you to? I think that's the toughest part is, okay, what criteria do you have to say this DLC is monumental enough to be classified as its own release? I think Phantom Liberty is a great example of that. I also think Cuphead's The Delicious Last Course also sits in that category well. Unfortunately, Shadow of the Erdtree does too. I think if we look at how fundamentally different Shadow of the Erdtree makes the base game of Elden Ring, I think it does have a case. I don't think it's set in stone, but I do think that it is a large enough DLC that it can make a case that it is itself a full and complete experience, which I personally think is frustrating. It is frustrating because it helps nothing, you know? It's like, it's almost agonizing because it's not a helpful metric, you know? Okay, I'm gonna guess that I need to get somewhere else with this, because this seems like something that's gonna be very strange to figure out later. I did see the fire djinn, so we're gonna need to get up there. But yeah, I think there's merit to it. There's merit. I do think that a lot of the nominations felt very slanted, which I think was interesting because I imagine that. Oh, hey, jump down that hole. Well, I can't go any other way, so I'll just go this way. Okay. But I think there's... looking at the nominees in the various categories, it's a weird thing for me to say, but I get this feeling that some of the nominations were chosen to avoid something. To avoid a... How do I put this? It's like they're avoiding an elephant in the room. Like there's something else that's bothering them. And I kind of know what... I think I know what... Hey, Claudia, how's it going today? But I'm talking about the Game Awards and stuff, but I had a thought that... I did have a thought about the Game Awards in terms of the nominations, like the nominees. It seems like they're avoiding things. Because it seems like there's a certain amount of... There's a certain section of games that they're like... They were expecting to be there. I'll stretch really quick while I'm yapping. But I'm noticing that because I'm looking at the different nominees for some of the categories, right? There are two games that I think were supposed to be there that, for various reasons and various, I would say, it's something about the Game Awards recognizing a vibe in the room and adjusting accordingly. And those two games are Concord and Veilguard. I feel like those two games are supposed to be nominated for more, but they didn't out of something I'd like to... frankly, out of, I think, cowardice, but... Not because I particularly like either of those games. I don't. But what I do notice is that it's like, well, there's a lot of AAA games that are just not there. You know? Like, I'm looking at the games and thinking, there's a lot of larger company titles that just aren't actually at the Game Awards this year, which I thought was curious. And I think like those two games are more of systematic and symptomatic of other things that are, I think, a bit frustrating for the game industry right now, and that's that a good number of gamers don't really care about big companies anymore. Like, they don't want to deal with this. Like, for them, it's much more important that they're supporting the devs that they like the games of. Hello, sir. Pound. Okay. Interesting. Ow. Well, I hope everyone's doing well today. I'm kind of going on and on today, but it's mainly because I have a lot on my mind. I've been thinking a lot today. I had a discussion yesterday about remakes and remasters and those sorts of things, which was actually rather helpful. I think it was actually it was a really fun discussion I had with a friend of mine that we talked about like the difference between a remake and a remaster, and by extension, God how different does a remake have to be in order for it to be classified as its own thing? Is there a way for me to... I don't think going through this is going to make it any different. No. Alright. How do I catch up to this fire djinn, then? Because I recognize that I don't... I lack means. Hang on. Ah. You know, actually, we'll just plasma. But, yeah, I think there's a lot going on with the games industry right now, and I think a lot of it's also that devs are being more open about when companies are being not as, to put it nicely, not as cool. But a lot of it's coming down to the fact that companies don't, you know, people don't generally trust. I don't think people generally trust large corporations to a fault, that's fair. But I am finding that more and more, though. What is the point of this? Interesting. What have I gained from that? I have to look. Oh, I understand now. I had to look at it for a half second and realize what it was doing. Hang on. Oh. Yes. Okay. That's what it's doing. I had to stare at that for a moment. But yeah, I think that the state of the games industry, corporations do not be super trustworthy. Well, and I think we're also hitting. Anywho, how you going, ODaM? I'm doing pretty good. I had a good work day today. The book is moving apace, and hopefully, the short story collection is almost there. It's getting there. It's moving. But yeah, the games industry has been on my mind a lot this week because it also was just kind of symptomatic of, I think people have become fully aware of what companies do. But yeah, that's been on my mind, and I've been thinking about that stuff this week, but it has not interrupted my writing pace. I've been writing a lot. It's been good. Hopefully the short story collection will be done with editing before... I want to release it. I might just go through the process of releasing it over the weekend, just so, you know, come Monday, if it's just done being reviewed, it'll be out, which I would be very happy with. Oh, he broke the thing. Okay, he went down there. Uh-huh. Well, ain't that problematic? Ah. But yeah, I think more so it's that games companies are reaching a sort of tipping point where games are being made for budgets that just aren't sustainable. Like, that's kind of the big thing I noticed more than anything, was how much video games have moved into the, hey, let's make something for $1 billion and hope it works kind of movement. Which is just wild. That's a mini goblin. But is person size? How big is a normal goblin? You know, I almost didn't want to think about it, but now I'm thinking about it. I think they're kind of large, if I recall correctly. They're pretty huge. Pretty sturdy, as they say. Or at least as I say. I am leveled up to the point now where I can mash the A button, and we're good. I'm gonna heal Sheba up just to be safe. Yeah, I remember we ran into a goblin at one point. He was pretty exceptional in height, which is pretty cool. A little perturbing, but it was funny. Okay, I can't go anyway. Okay. Aha. Do I understand? Not yet. Okay, if I put this here... Oh, yes, okay. My understanding has grown. Because the main objective is to get further along. You know what's funny is this entire place has basically just been like an optional puzzle for a djinn. This isn't even, I don't even think this is part of the story. This is just me doing stuff for a djinn. Because I didn't want to leave, what's her name? God. It's been a bit. What's her name? Jenna. I don't know why Jenna's name kept... I know it's because last game I didn't even mention Jenna. I just forgot that... I know her and our boy friggin' oh god. Why is his name also leaving my brain? I think it's because they just kind of became damseled and I just didn't even get to see them. Like Jenna and Kraden. Jenna and Kraden just kind of hung out. They were just kind of tagging along with Felix. And we never got an explanation as to where they were going or what they were doing. Just, oh yeah, they're gone now. No, we'll just... You should go save them or whatever. And it's like... Okay. Can I just walk over? That's fair. Just slaps the ground. Okay. Well, you know what? I think that's reasonable. That's on me. I probably could have done a little bit better on my cognitive reasoning. Let's hit him with the beam and a plasma. But yeah, I guess going also a little bit further back on the me and my friend actually did discuss we discussed remakes versus remasters as well, which was an interesting topic to go over, all things considered. I feel like going over something like that it's quite an interesting thing to jump through, I think. Whee! Oh. Nice. Okay. I understand what needs to be done, however. That's the other hole. I understand. But remakes, I actually had a really long discussion about what, you know, the difference between remakes and remasters. And I guess it does feed into the overarching topic that I actually saw. I saw what I think the rhetoric of it was a nuclearly bad take, all things considered. But it was a take on it was this discussion on the, how would I put it? It was on game design, but it was on the language of game design, right? And the way that this person said it was that, and it was this person on Twitter, so you know, it's one of those things where I think Twitter is not a great place for finding discourse, truly. But can I just, oh god. But the main point that this person said was there is no such thing as bad game design. And that it's like, you know, it's like, oh, it's a term, and the way they said it was that it was a term used by YouTubers to discredit things they don't like. Which to me felt like it missed the point, I think. To me personally, I think there are ways to word that would be better. But because it kind of came down to, I don't think the point they were making was going to be made better by saying it, like by being aggressive with it like that. Weh. I do like the punchies. But the thing I kind of caught from their argument was not that, oh, there's no such thing as, you know, it's like, oh, there's no such thing as... It's like, if there's no such thing as bad game design, it's like I could argue both ways, because in my head, I thought about it. I went through it with a friend that also, I went through in that same conversation, you know, like what... It's the same, to me, it feels the same way as what makes a remake a new game, or what is it just a, you know, a rehash of older ideas. And I feel like it's a similar point where in one context, it can be viewed as one thing, and in another, it's entirely separate. Hello. Are you done running away? Nope, it's gonna fight. Yay! To find anything is good means there has to be bad. Well, and that's... what I kind of caught from their rhetoric was that... I feel like saying there's no such thing as bad games, that's just my way of saying I don't take criticism on my projects well. I think... And I found that, and I went researching their stuff, and I was looking at their things, and I don't really think they were a particularly educated source on game design in general. It seems to me like their focus is on a very specific subsection of game design, and I don't really think their notions on game design were particularly informed. But taking their take and analyzing it, I did find an interesting piece there, that what is good game design is not always the best game design, if that makes sense. Like, the way that I would say it though is that there are general guidelines and rules so that you should generally follow to make good game design. I think that is true. I think that is very true. And so by extension, there are things that you can do in games that are just categorically dumb decisions that just don't work for people. Because you want your game to be accepted by a general audience. Saying that, oh, but I didn't make this game for this audience, is a neglectful defense to the fact that your game failed to please a large majority of people. But that doesn't necessarily mean the game itself is bad. I don't think that that's true at all. Because I don't think that a game is just inherently like a terrible product if it does succeed, but not in ways that are conventional. And that's how the medium is evolved, is having unconventional ideas meeting conventional audiences. I think that's very true. But I do think that there is something to be said, though, that the take that they had, and this, well, at least what I understood of it, was that looking at it strictly as good and bad game design means that you won't experiment with what is considered bad game design. I think that is actually a rather helpful way to view it. You know, it's not 100% bulletproof, but I do think that it can be helpful. Because there are ideas that are considered bad game design that can be deeply effective in the right context. There's a game where you have to... There's this game, I forget the name of it off the top of my head, but it was used in a video essay about bad game design being used in good ways. And it was this one where you have to fry an egg, and it's like, there's a whole bunch of nonsense that goes with this, but the physics of it make it frustratingly tactile, which is actually really helpful. There's a boat here. East Indra Shore. Whose boat is this? Look, it's Minardi's ship. Oh, it's Minardi's ship. Oh, that's funny. Wait. Oh god, no. They still alive? Doesn't look like they sailed here, though. Of course not. They were killed at the lighthouse, weren't they? Do you think it could have drifted here? No. How else could it have come to be here, Felix? Yeah, that thing Saturos had, we could just take their boat. Or we know the orb is at the bottom of the sea with them. There's no point hanging around here all day. See about finding ourselves a ship we can use. Can I check the ship over for items, though? No. Cool. But I do think that there is obviously game design that would be considered less effective. Generally, you know, there are some things that I think categorically could be shoved under. This is probably something you shouldn't do. And a lot of it falls under different, you know, there's different categories for all of that. I think stuff like maybe don't sit around insulting your player. Don't, you know, and it's, you know, don't make your UI colors that are hard to see against backgrounds. Don't put really annoying long pathways that do nothing for the player. Don't make a shortcut that's actually slower than the main way. You know, sorts of stuff like that. There are things that really should, you know, there are things that just shouldn't be, you know, there are design philosophies that shouldn't be explored very often. But nevertheless, there are times and places to understand those game design aspects and wield them. To use them in ways that allow you to experiment outside of the scope of acceptable gameplay. Because I don't think you get games like Balatro by accepting that the general thing in college that you're told when you're in a game design course is that RNG is bad and you should avoid it. Because that's what I was told. And I got into many a heated debate about the fact that these people just really were a bunch of whining ninnies who were frustrated that their deeply designed and intricate mechanics were being outrun by Monopoly. I am being mean, but that is because I had to listen to a lot of that ninnery. all that shenaniganery. I don't know why I want to say shenaniganery, but it's a funny word. But I had to listen to a lot of that because I had a professor who was very annoyed at the fact that Monopoly outsold his board game all the time. And I was thinking, well, it's because you put 20 mechanics where most people want 4. Board games, if you want to pick up and play board game, should be pretty simple to pick up. And RNG, rolling dice, random chance, is really good at that. It's really easy to sell, hey, roll dice and move around a board. Oh, and there is the argument that he said that, oh, don't use rolling dice for movement. Which to me is thinking, have you ever played Mario Party? Monopoly, the friendship killer. Yes, and Mario Party does the same thing. Which to me tells me a lot about the philosophies therein that, like, are you saying Mario Party's a bad game and is not deserving of its credits? Mario Kart, yeah, Mario Kart 2. Madra, where am I? Oh, hold your ground, hello. It seems to be the trouble. Just wait there. We still need to find Indra. They don't look like they're champs. I agree. I mean, look at Candyland for non-dice rolling for movement in a board game. And it's still random, but it's just... checking us for sacked by pirates. Oh. You come to free their leader, Briggs. Came from the east, a small party, and we repelled them with ease. Then the foreigners struck from the west, exploiting a weak point near our prison. That's over now, though. Feel free to relax and enjoy your time here safely. Interesting. Side question. Doubt the Champa would have come up with that plan on their own. I'm not sure that strange boat we found up in north is even theirs. Well, we're here now. Might as well stay at the inn. Oh, wait, no, we don't need to. I need to buy items, though. I'm looking real quick, like, sorry. I saw that the ad break moved, so I'm gonna... But, yeah, I have more to talk about with that, because I want to talk about it with everybody, but it's just like... Yeah, there's a... Well, I found often that there was a lot of different times and places where game design conventions were it's like being told that, oh yeah, this is bad game design, and just thinking, are you sure? Very strange. Let's see, I should probably read. But my brain just had to take a moment to rest. But yeah, to continue sorry, I had to take a moment. My brain had to take a moment and go, okay, yes, I need to mull over the thoughts. But yeah, it's one of those things where I feel like bad game design is a good place to explore when you want to learn more about game design. But it's very frustrating when... It was very frustrating when I was in college to listen to somebody say, yeah, this is actually bad game design, even though this is being done everywhere. Because a lot of game designers I knew would look down their nose at the audience, as though that the audience was to blame for a game failing. But and at the end of the day, I also think that, in a way, it's very easy for a game developer to become so shut off from what an audience would want that they think, oh yeah, we're going to essentially, we're going to make this game and not think about who we're making it for. Elitism is funny. It's just, it was interesting to consider. It was interesting to look at how I got to watch this happen. Similarly, that it was also in that same vein that I got to witness somebody tell me that they didn't want different departments talking to each other because that's unnecessary communication. And I'm just thinking, I've seen what happens when your art team and your design team don't talk to each other. That's where you get a lot, and it's not necessarily that they need to communicate individually all the time. It's specifically that it's good that you speak the language if you're going to make a game. Speaking the language, I think, is key. But a lot of that discussion was being brought on by people who believed that they understood what good game design was, and there was like a formula, you know, like there was a code to it that you could somehow divine what is a good video game off of a textbook definition. And I just think it always came across as, oh hey, it always came across as a little bit silly in my mind. I always thought it was a little bit, it kind of always felt like, okay, do you know what you're talking about? In a funny way, like, just, are you sure? But there was many, I think specifically with game design principles, it's very easy to get locked in to a specific strata of game design because you see what's being done around you and you imitate. And it's easy to imitate. I think imitation is where you're supposed to start. Because that's where you start. You make projects for class imitating. You make platformers trying to mimic the movement of other platformers. You make first-person games with the express idea that, okay, yeah, I want to do something similar to this other thing because I know this thing. I know how this works, and this could be, I think I can make this really, I could do something very interesting with this as practice. And then people forget that it's supposed to be practice. And I think it's easy to forget that you're supposed to practice with those sorts of things. But because I got to see many of my peers make projects that were completely uninspired. And, you know, it's like, just the discussion around it was always fascinatingly dull. Because I'd ask what games they were playing, and it was always, oh yeah, I'm just still playing this. I'm just... Like, they play one game for a very long period of time, and that's all they know. It always felt very narrow to me. But, yeah, RNG in video games is something that I feel like, when somebody decries it, it feels like the sort of thing that, as a game designer, it feels like, are you sure? The most primal games that we've played everything has a level of chance to it. I mean, heck, even the idea of making a game to sell is built on the roots of of chance. Puppy! It's an adorable dog. You know, I got really lost. I don't even know where Indra is. Where am I? Indra, Shrine of the Sea God. Where did he say Indra was? He said it was to the east, but I don't think I ever understood where Indra is. Huh. Well, I'll keep looking around until I find the place I physically can't get to. Oh, never mind. I'm already there. Yep, can't go any further here, huh? Wow. Man. Okay, wait. Whirlwind. But I think random chance is that thing that is... It's one of those things that when you lean on it, at first, it's a crutch for players who... What? Okay. Okay. If you want good camping, go to Indra. We're just here to, you know, see the sights and stuff. I don't really understand what these guys are talking about, but that's okay. But... My brain's doing its best right now. I can't go further, so we have to go back. But... Yeah, I think... Going back to... Taking good and bad game design together, it is intriguing to look at the world. Like, we have remakes and remakes and remasters coming out pretty regularly now, but at the same time we also have clones. And I know I just decried people making things that are very similar to other things, but at the same time I can't say that they're 100% poor for doing so. Like, there's no lacking. I don't think there's a lacking in creativity in revisiting a space or revisiting certain ideas. I don't think that that's truly the case, because I think in some ways taking what does exist and trying it a new way can be an interesting and new experience. I think that's exactly why we have, and that's exactly why the Silent Hill 2 remake is doing so well, because it's telling a familiar story and, you know, revamping it for a new generation of players to play, but it's also, at the end of the day, it has taken components from other games and made something new with it. Do I think it's, and you know, like with remasters and remakes, it's just as well that when clones are made, you know, when a game is made that is a very strong copy of another game in a lot of ways. Like, I mean, heck, even just earlier this year, we played Lies of P, which is essentially Dark Souls 2 and Bloodborne shoved into a Pinocchio-shaped meat carcass. You know, it's like, it is basically those two games. Like, heck, its Bloodborne its Bloodborne identity is pretty, you know, close. It's pretty close to the chest on that. And I don't think that's at its detriment that it decides to do things similarly to another game. And similarly, I don't think that it's like, it goes both ways. I don't think that something being inspired by something makes it immediately, you know, amazing. Because I don't think that it's like, just because you have good source material doesn't mean you can use it well. But at the same time, running through an idea again isn't necessarily creative bankruptcy. I don't think a remake, you know, immediately tells me that, oh, this company doesn't, you know, it's like, oh, like, I don't think Konami's like doing some horrible thing by saying, hey, we want to redo this story that did super well. Because I don't think that that's really true. I don't think it's like creative bankruptcy to say, hey, I want to remake this thing. It's also interesting because when you look at the consumer practices of these sorts of things, a lot of gamers seem to enjoy it too. I don't think it's inaccurate to say that even the people who have played those games before were upset when Silent Hill 2 is getting a remake of some kind. Some people might have been, but because it's like, oh, it's not a new Silent Hill, but it's like, well, but they're still happy that it was getting attention. But it makes you wonder, where does the line, because there's a blurry line of when does a remake become its own game? Which, now that I think about it, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth got a lot of... I need to check something really quick. Hang on a step. I'm gonna look up something real quick, like, while I have a moment. Final Fantasy VII Remake. Yeah, because the Final Fantasy VII Remake... Let's see. BAFTA Game Awards, Hugo Awards... Game Awards. Oh, Game of the Year was a nominee. Interesting. So, it isn't without precedent that remakes can earn Game of the Year. Which tells me that there is a line. There's a line in how similar a game can be before one can say that it's ineligible. Intriguing. Because it seems to me that that remakes are capable of being identified as their own game. What is this tablet? I can't read. Are they shoving oh god, they're shoving knowledge into my brain. Summon Zagan. What is this Zagan? Oh god, I pressed A. What did I do? Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. No, no, wait. Go back. Oh no. I pressed A too many times. Oh no. What is this? Flash. Oh god. Oh no, I pressed the button. I mashed too hard. No! I was mashing buttons. How do I use Zagan? How does one summon Zagan? What is Zagan? Oh god. Okay, I need to look this up. I don't know what Zagan is. I mashed buttons. It said something, and now I don't know what the heck it does. Hang on. Oh no. That's my bad. I pressed A one too many times. Zagan. How do I use Zagan? A tablet can be found. Summon of the Venus element is one of 14 summons that are not automatically available once the Djinn are acquired. Must be obtained specifically between... In its appearances, Zagan is the first such summon available to the player. Where Zagan can be summoned, must acquire the summon from a tablet. Okay. So it's... The info is Zagan. Is Zagan. So I looked it up because I needed to know what the heck that does. So apparently if I have a Mars and Venus Djinn on standby, so like if I use their abilities in battle, it's a combo summon. So if I have one of those two, one and one, if I have those two together, then I may use them in that way. Okay, real talk though, where am I going? Where the heck is Indra? Why is Indra? I can't go up the Gondolin cliffs because I can't use ice magic yet, because we don't have Alex and his stupid face here, which is less than ideal, to be entirely honest. So we need to go back to the past. We do have Pound now, so that means we can use Pound to, I don't know, do something. We can break walls and stuff. But yeah, I think the discourse with remakes, remasters, and the Game Awards, I think it was going to happen at some point or another. I just think that, and of course it had to be Elden Ring that had to start the conversation, but I'm grateful it did. I think in a way, it's good that the games industry is being pushed to ask questions that are hard to answer. Which is, I think, for some people going to be very annoying, but I think it's good. I think in general, it's a good thing that the industry is being forced to ask a bunch of hard questions. Including and not limited to, why make games that are quadruple A in title and not in quality? I'm not going to be nice to Ubisoft from now on. I feel like Ubisoft is one company where it's like, I can go back to a certain point and I can play the games from like a much earlier time. But after a certain point, it's just, you know what? This is your bed. You have made it. You will lie in it. It is no longer it is not my concern. You know, I probably shouldn't fight everything, but I'm also really enjoying fighting everything because we get a lot of stuff out of it. I think I'm already reasonably leveled up past a certain point. Seems to me like we are very strong right now. That said, I'm not really sure what else we can do besides just search everywhere heck at Ubisoft. I will probably be... I'm just not really it just makes me sad because I remember playing the Ezio trilogy of Assassin's Creed games, and besides one particular mission in Revelations that I still don't know how to beat, I really liked the story there, and I loved the game design, and I really liked the historical. I really like when it's historical fiction that actually pays attention to the history and not just the vibes of the history. I'm not very into the new direction of Assassin's Creed, even though I love the series. It makes me very sad when I look at the newest games and think I wouldn't want to play these. It actually started with Origins because I remember learning about some of the stuff that was in the game that just made me wonder why. More than anything. It just made me wonder what the deal was. But I think I am but one person who can have opinions. But I appreciate that. I appreciate that the industry has diversified enough in terms of having indie devs to balance out when larger companies just aren't doing it. Where am I? Oh, there I am. Where am I going? This is not the right way. I will say I have absolutely no earthly idea where I'm going. If you had to have an in-joke between us where we aggressively go UB safe and party for work, then following up with Ubisoft as a joke. I like that. That's fun, though. But yeah, I think I think that's also why, like, looking at how the games industry has changed, it's why we have Balatro getting 5 nominations, right? That's why we have something like that, because you wouldn't get an upset like that without the games industry saying, hey, what are you doing? You know, like, without people on the ground thinking that this is categorically kind of silly. What do I need to do? Oh, it's right here. Doi. I was trying to solve a puzzle that wasn't there. That's crazy. Now Hades swept too, if I recall. Yeah. Because when you have a game that so fundamentally shatters what's around it, it just shakes the earth with its name and call. You get responses like that. You get people saying, "Yeah, this is the stance. This is the game we want." And I kind of wonder, I'm kind of hoping, because I also voted. I voted in the nominations. I will say I'm probably going to move my Thursday stream on that day to a different day. As much as I'd love to compete with the Game Awards, and I'm not going to stream it because I'd rather just watch it. Because I don't want to have to watch what I say when I'm watching it. Because I usually watch my language on stream, and I don't feel like having to do that this year with the Game Awards, because I feel like I'm going to be very foul-mouthed. Which is reasonable. Where am I going? But I think there's going to be it's going to be an interesting time to see what comes of the... Let's see, that is Eidola. I swear I'm losing my freaking mind. ODaM got some words. I'll pay to witness. I might then. I think it just, I don't really know how to feel about streaming, like just watching something, like co-streaming, that sort of thing. I think it's definitely a me thing more than anything, but probably should. It's like, but okay, this is the Shrine of the Sea God. But it's one of those things where I wouldn't want to be reserved with my judgments when I'm watching it. Because the worst thing, though, is that I remember last year, or no, it wasn't last year, it was I think it was Summer Games Fest. I just remember watching Summer Games Fest, and there was like good, solid, 15, 20 minutes where I'm just watching it and thinking, not really having enough to say to make it really worth the viewership. So I'll think about it some more, but I don't know if that'll be a thing we do. I might just move streams back a day, because I still like having my Fridays to myself, but we'll see. I have to keep zooming in and out. It's kind of confusing me. Yeah, it's just because I think it's one of those things where I still want to play the games that I want to play. It's kind of bad of me, but I do want to finish. I would like to finish the series that I have going on Wednesday and Thursdays, if I can, before the end of the year. Which does mean that I will be extending. I will try. I don't think I have it on the schedule yet. I don't think so. But I would like to try and extend certain streams. Okay, I'm losing my freaking mind. Where is Indra? I've been everywhere I can be. There's Madra. Where's Indra? These guys said Indra. They said go to Indra. But where is Indra? I swear it's somewhere. I passed by it and I don't even know. Granted, I'm going to be very strong by the time we're done. By the time I actually find Indra, I'm going to be absolutely stacked with my grinding. It's going to be real cool. It's the benefit of fighting everything that shows up in my way. Really. Okay, is there... There's gotta be something I'm missing, right? But there is... I think the Game Awards has been an interesting journey to watch. It kind of went from being an awards show to being a long-standing advertisement, which I find, I think there are times where it works very well that it does that, and other times where I wonder what the goal is, if one is simply just throwing down money to make a big show. You know, maybe someone in town knows the direction I need to go. Excuse me, where... Okay, do you know where Indra is? Last time when those puddles dried me, it was just my eyes. Nice kids. They thought it was the way it knocked over and hurt my hip, huh? No. My boys, I tell them the content moves. What do you think I fell? The ground shifts, you fall on your handy. Oh, they caught Briggs down in Madra. See, you should be safe. That makes you wish I still had a boat. See, he's calm again and get back to normal lives. Travelers, last though, he's awful cute. What the heck are you talking about, lady? Maybe someone in the inn knows? I don't really know how to get to Indra. How do I get to Indra? Or watching, were you? Just practicing for the show we're putting on tonight. Part of our dinner's over guests, you know, because we don't actually have any good food for dinner. What? In 6 coins per room. Yes, please. But yeah, I do think that there's I think it'll be interesting to watch. We have about a month to, like 3 weeks to see what's going on there. Daila's famous seafood. I don't know. Alright, let's keep moving. But yeah, also we're nearing the hour mark. How's everyone doing today? Everyone having a good week so far? I've written a couple thousand words already this week, so I'm happy with that. I'm hoping that I can get the book done the second. I'm working on 2 books right now, but I'm hoping that Greenwalker sequel will be available before too late into December. That's my goal. I'd like it to be as early as like the first week or two. Have the next couple days off. Oh, most excellent. That's awesome. That's really good. It's great when you have some time off too. That's gonna be good. Well-deserved time off too. But yeah, I hope I can get those 2 done so that I can start January just working on the next game, and I can also spend December basically just planning, you know, just getting all that stuff ready. Because that'd be good. My brain to be happy for chill. Almost excellent. I will say that I am going to recommend that for those who, hey, Neuroctum, how's it going today? Still don't know where I am yet, but we're getting there. But I do hope that, I hope everybody checks out the links I have in my, on the Twitch channel, like all the projects I've done, because man, I have been working. I've been working very hard this year, so I do hope that everyone gets to check those out this year. I've been very busy this year. I have a lot of things out now. I was about waiting for the mall to start running the floor scrubber. Oh, most excellent. Man, I am now just realizing I should have just. Oh well, nothing I can do. I'm guessing that Indra's on the other side of this, and I just didn't realize, which that kind of sucks, but that's okay. We'll just run back through. I'm kind of confused that I didn't see Indra on my way around the other part of the continent, but I'm also not really sure what I missed. So I clearly missed something. Alright, so we have this so we can open shortcuts. That's pretty good, though. I think this is the wrong way. It is probably the wrong way, isn't it? I just realized this is the wrong way, and it just occurred to me that I punched the needle down, and that was the shortcut. I should have just gone up. So that's my bad. Whatever. Extra leveling won't hurt me. That's okay. I'll be mad with myself another time. Yeah, I should have gone the other way. Okay, just get out of here. Ah. But yeah, I hope that I'm hoping to also. I need to remind myself that I need to make sure you guys see all my stuff more often because I absolutely need to advertise a little more because I need to make sure people see the stuff. I've been working on projects all year. I need to make sure people see it. I think the one that I really need to be better about is the Bandcamp. I think that one I definitely need to be better about making sure people remember. I think the Bandcamp is the one that I think gets lost in the weeds a little bit more often. I really like it though. I think I like Bandcamp just because it lets you get the stuff and then you have the files and you can put them on whatever. Like if somebody says, "Oh, I bought the album," I can put it on, you know, like they can put it on their PC. It's like, oh, that's cool. I think this is not the way I'm supposed to go. And you go the other way for a shortcut, I think. I forgot. I was just here and I'm already like not sure what this place is. This is a long dungeon to remember. This is a long one to remember, so this one I don't know if I feel bad about getting lost here. Then again, this entire game feels like I'm going to be lost more often than not. Which is fine. I think it's working out well that... I think it works out well that I get lost here because this place seems like... It seems like this game is definitely shooting for an even grander adventure, so... Getting lost more often just means that I'm doing better. At least in my mind, I think that's the case. I think getting lost consistently is a good marker. Okay, this is open still. Oh, that's cool. This stays open. Oh. Okay. So here's the boat. The end of the plateau. East Indra Shore. Yeah, so Indra's somewhere nearby. Where is it? He said Indra is... Oh, you know what? Alex is probably... You know what? It just occurred to me that this is... Okay. No, I'm a fool. You know what? You know what, though? It's probably worth it that I ran around like that because the extra experience will be worth it. At least to me, it'll be worth it. Difficult because I have to remember where to get to places. But I think the extra running around will be worth by the end of it, but we'll see. It's one of those things where maybe these extra levels won't matter all that much, but it might be the difference between life and death later, so who knows? Maybe it'll be worth it by the end. I think the fighting we've been doing will be worth it at the end, but we'll see. I think I was looking for a place called Indra. Like an honest-to-goodness city called Indra, not a continent called Indra. Which is probably why my confusion has only grown. Okay, wait. I went to Madra. Madra's over there. Is Indra over here? Is there a city called Indra, or am I losing my mind? I'm gonna go to Madra and see if I can't find Alex. Maybe he's just there. I don't know. Oh god, I need to stretch a little bit. Need to stretch more. Oh boy. But yeah, I've been getting a lot done. This week. But I definitely feel like I need to. I think especially as we approach the holiday season, I would like to remind people that I have a bunch of things out. And I think that people should see them. Especially because Red Genie's gonna get 2 different sale times. If they're on time to come to Madra, we've had disasters, pyrotechs, all sorts of nonsense. That makes sense. I walked to Osenia. I see Ayers Rock out near Garrow. What are you talking about, lady? Okay. I think the thing that's most confusing me now is what do I Fathers opposed to arresting the man we found on the boat. They were in an uproar about the Champa. Milady and I have been told to guard the jewel on the mantle. Huh? Don't touch that gem. The elders gave us strict orders to protect it. That's the black orb. That's the thing for Minardi's ship. You there. The elder gets back. I'm sure he'll prove that young man innocent. The young man. Are they talking about Alex? Town elder took off to deal with Briggs. I wonder where he is now. He went off to the shore, so... I won't lie, I'm a little confused. However, I've seen the boat grounded near the cave. Here is a Champa boat. Unconscious Champa. Of course, they nabbed him and tossed him in our jail. Wait, where's the jail? Where is the actual honest to goodness jail? Where is the jail? So they said something about the jail, but where is the jail? Said they threw him in jail, but where is jail? Is it this building? No. Okay, we need to find the jail, because I would like to... Wait. Here's a Champa boat. They found an unconscious Champa. They nabbed him, of course, tossed him in our jail. Where is jail? I would like to know where jail is. Hello. Okay, we need to find the jail, because I think I'd like to see this person that they threw in jail. I know that Briggs broke out, but there's... Oh, can I see the person in jail? One of the Champa. You can let your silence condemn you. I told you already, I'm not a Champa. Where did you come from? Part of the Eastern Sea. If I told you where, you'd never believe me. When I'm talking to you, you're trying to mock me. Poor you, do not anger me. Oh, do you think what's gonna happen if Jen, maybe you should go easy on him. Wasn't your girlfriend who got hurt? Sorry she was injured, but I cannot want your sympathy. Oh. That way, even my patience has its limits. You're gonna see what he'll do. I think we should just stop. My words will not cool your temper then. Oh, synergy. The guy got an ice pillar put... What did your friend expect? A monster. I am no monster. Well, good job, Alex. This is an adept, yes. Of course, that was clear synergy you just used. I should try to learn more about him. Hi, Alex. Hey. When did that kind of elder return and end my imprisonment? I have no time to wait, but I don't want to have to hurt anyone. Hey! As Piers escaped. Ooh. I'm very lost on the story right now, but I think that's just because we've been kind of running around all the time. So Piers hasn't escaped. If he had escaped, the elder would no longer be able to protect him. From the look of things, it seems that there was a scuffle. Cells in disarray. Happened in there. Interesting. Not the least of which being the boat he survived in. Oh, what is happening? You look like travelers. Wait, now's not the time to be speaking with strangers. I'm so lost by the story right now. Not as kind eyes. When did you arrive? Where are you going? Are you going to Osenia? Yes. I knew it. One requires permission to cross the bridge to Osenia, correct? I hereby grant my permission to these 4 travelers. Relay that message at once. 4 travelers? Where's the 4th? Oh, right, Kraden. Yeah, I'll continue your journey and cross into Osenia. Okay. I think I'll just guard him from out here where it's safe. Just dream about the chateau I spirit? No. What? Oh, you're just joking with me, right? Yeah, what the heck is this guy talking about? So, Alex is just in there being a dork. For no reason. We now have access, we now have permission to cross the bridge into a place called Osenia. Which I don't know where that is. And... because this lady said sure. And then... So Alex got a... I appreciate that Alex, being the S-tier strategist he is, continuously gets arrested because he doesn't know how to be a regular person. Because acting normally is too difficult for him, truly. I do wonder... I'm wondering how this game will do the thing, because it's doing a lot of the things that Tales of the Abyss did, where it threw down a lot of loose plot hooks and plot threads, but I have not yet seen how they will land in this game. Because right now I have a lot of questions that are as of yet unanswered. And unfortunately, Kraden has probably some of the worst time putting together his answers. Namaha, hope you're having a good day, because you deserve it. And I hope you're able to find the next silver lining whenever challenges arise. Because adversity is the place where we find new wisdom. At least that's how I feel. So I hope that you're able to take the next big challenge and make a big push. Where am I? But I hope you're having a good day first and foremost. How's it going? Where am I? I still don't know where I am. She said I have the ability to cross into Osenia, which tells me nothing. Where is Osenia? Where is this bridge? Is it over here? Is it over there? Is the boot Osenia? I am mild to severe uncertain. I also hope everybody's able to have a chance to appreciate the nice within the yikes. Because neither exist in a vacuum. Whack. You know, at this point, I am fairly convinced that I'm going to be hyper leveled up by the time I'm done here. I'm going to be very strong. I'm already level 9 with all my characters, so this is crazy. Nevertheless, I hope you're doing well today. Today is a good day, even at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. Today's a good day to get something done. The way I always find it is that until you lay down in bed and you're done, and you actually are done for the day, there's always time to make the day a little bit better. Because that's how I feel every time I'm like, you know, I'm sitting, you know, if I play games after a day of work or I'm streaming, there's always more time to work. I see your gin list. Oh yeah, sure. I got Echo, Iron, I got Fog, I got Cannon, got Breath. Ooh. Need to stretch again. Jeez. I've been back on the treadmill, so my body's still acclimating back to having to do long walks. Like the regimen I do, I'd use my treadmill has a thing called weight loss, which is just it just adds some steep hills in between some flat sections. Ugh. But I usually get like a mile, like almost a mile and a half every day. Not missing any so far. Oh wow. I've clearly learned from the first game. I heard about you already. If you're going to Osenia, you'd better get moving. Alhafra is along the northeast of Osenia. You'll see it eventually. Okay. I was about to read it as Alhambra, but I know that's a casino. Along the northeast. Oh, I have to go through there. Okay, understood. This is reasonable. Alright. The Osenia Cliffs. Oh, I can just run in the water. Nice! What are these lads doing? What are you doing? This is a Champa boat. You see their mark on the flag there. They must have run aground by the tidal wave. Try to talk to everybody, huh? Oh, if this is the Champa ship, that must mean Pierce is in a Champa, so why does the Elder Sleep Briggs clear his name? Probably just to be safe. Okay, I do want to check the boat itself, so I'll go check that. I see many different things I need to do. Check out the shipwreck. And go this way. Oh, whoops. I do like the lash ability, even if it's a little confusing to me. This game definitely has made some interesting graphical upgrades over the original. Let's see. Pirate Sword. Oh, baby, we get to do Cutlass Fury again? It's been ages since I thought about Cutlass Fury. Oh, Dreamtide. Oh. Oh. Now I'm just thinking about Cutlass Fury. I'm thinking about Skies of Arcadia again. You know, I will say I've been thinking about, I don't know if I'll ever be able to get around to it, but I've been thinking about trying to do a, I don't know what I'd call it, because I'd have to put it on YouTube and Spotify, because I couldn't put it up on Bandcamp because of those things, but I would definitely like to do covers of some of the songs from the biggest series we've done. Man, it's been a while since we played Skies of Arcadia. That was a great game. I love that one. That was just like, I just thought about it and I got the warm and fuzzies thinking about that game. Even if Alpha Storm is like half of your gameplay will be Alpha Storm. Alpha Storm and Cutlass Fury. Man, I miss. It's interesting. It's interesting though, because there are a lot of games that since I streamed them, I haven't actually gone to revisit them on my own time, which is mostly just because I've been kind of busy. But it's interesting that some of those were a singular journey, a moment in time that I got to enjoy and experience. A Momongo. What is this Momongo? I shall destroy it. Destroy Momongo. Momonga. Okay, my bad. Oh, he's dead. I don't know what Momonga is, but that's crazy. But I will say, I'm thinking again about the conversation about remakes, because now I'm wondering about it. So you're talking about it, and now my brain is still like locked in on how remakes function in the gaming ecosystem. Because there's a great amount of... Oh, I got Curewell. Oh, heck yeah. It's a great amount of discourse. I think the problem I have with game design discourse is that it is just discourse. It's oftentimes lost. Yampi Desert. Okay, not going there yet. Wait, they said northeast though. Do I have to cross the Yampi Desert to go forward? The northeast though, huh? What is this freaking maze? Oh my god. Where do I even go? It's just like there is so much going on this continent. I'm absolutely flabbergasted. This place is huge. I think even more so, it's just that it's too much in some cases. Let's see. Could I summon Mercury? I could. I'll wait on that though. Holy crap. It's just a lot. It's a lot to deal with, to be honest. I do notice also that the enemies slide closer together. It seems that the enemies slide closer together when they specifically when an enemy gets knocked out. I see that they move them closer together now. That is actually a system change that's pretty nice. Yeah, they made this game way bigger. My only concern with this much space is that it's a lot of running around and there's not an addition. That's a freaking oh my god, they did the thing I freaking love in fantasy games. Like, why don't more fantasy games add dinosaurs or dinosaur-like things to their world? Like, Monster Hunter is awesome because it's basically all that. But like, dragons are basically just the next stage off of dinosaurs. Just like, you know, Just have more dinosaurs in your fantasy settings, you know? It's not that hard. I love that. I love that there's velociraptors on in this world. I mean, I did that. That's what I did. I added freaking velociraptors and T-Rexes to like the world of the world of like Red Genie, the world of like Eidola that I made. I have dinosaurs just wandering around because it's like, yeah, because that's fun. How cool is it when you're just like hanging out, you're going on a trip, and it's like, oh yeah, there's just be mindful of the, you know, the freaking raptors, because that's cool. Because it's like, everybody can have wild coyotes and wild wolves or whatever. It's like, yeah, whatever. But have you seen a pack of velociraptors chase like a caravan in a fantasy setting? It's cool. It's freaking fun. Not to mention the fact that dinosaurs are just ripe for writing fantasy settings. It's good. Good stuff. All forms of biology can be fun for science. I think including a study of science in your world design is also key. Like, oh, why didn't they just evolve? Because you wouldn't, if a world doesn't have the meteor that kills the dinosaurs, but they still evolve people, that's not a mutually exclusive thing that can happen. It just changes the way that people evolve. Like, I mean, heck, in a magic world where humans were probably made as part of, you know, the genesis of the world, that sort of stuff. Like, it makes sense to me that, okay, humans have magic and are also tend to be a little bit sturdier because, hey, there's dinosaurs. Mikasala? Been a long time since I have any visitors in Mikasala. Maybe it's because the name is a little silly. Hello. 24 coins for a room, sure. I can pay that. I will say though, I think the aspect of this game that I'm yet to... Hello. Oh wait, who are you? Forgive my manners. No, please, do not fear me. I am the warrior Galahad. Dragon doesn't have dinos, if I recall correctly. The world's origin story has like 108 different species born from it. Well, sorry, I need your help. Do you know a knight called Roy? I must warn Sir Roy that he's in danger most grievous. Even now, Citrej, Navampa, and Azard are looking for him. They wish to avenge the loss that he gave them at Colosso. I think he must be somewhere in the Eastern Sea right now. Oh, because I beat them in Colosso, they're coming to get my boy. That's crazy. But it's like, dragons, I think dragons also fit the same vibe as dinosaurs to me. Like, if you're gonna make a fantasy world, please, it's like, just use more weird species. Have fun with it. Not just dinosaurs and dragons, of course, but just try stuff, you know? Do something weird with the biology of the world. Have some fun with it, you know? Let's see. Oh, we should get some equipment. Synergy armor. Oh, I need to sell stuff. Sell. Let's see. Shaman's Rod we can't sell. Mithril Bag holds the Jupiter Star, so let's sell the Longsword. But I think that Mysterious Card, equipped to change your class. I'm not gonna use this. It's really quite a find. No. Yeah, I'm tempted to, though. Yeah, we'll sell this. It's fine. I'm really tempted to, because I'm not really going to use the card. I think if I'm going to change classes, it'll be using Jin instead. So we'll... It just takes up a spot in the inventory. I don't know. We'll just leave it. Leave it for now. Blessed Ankh. Just give this here. There we go. Sorry, I'm trying to do the math here really quick, but yeah, I think that even just other things, you know, like, oh, if you have designing different species for your world doesn't necessarily mean that you have to go super in depth on everything, but just have some fun with it. I think if you're going to include stuff, you can rebuy it from the artifacts menu if you sell it. Oh, okay. Then I'll just sell it then. Might as well. Each species is born from a fruit in the divine tree. In Dragoon, angels are called winglies. That's pretty good. But I think it's fun though. Wait, I saw that. Oil. Causes damage with flames. We don't need those. But I think that there's some fun that can be had with your world building. I think it's better to go deeper rather than like, because again, it's better to go deeper into specific things than wider with a ton of little things. But it is nice though, if you're going to bother doing something like, hey, I'm going to include these like weird species of animals and stuff like that. It is nice to just throw in some fun, to have some fun with it. I think it's better to do it that way. Let's see. Let's give this to Shiba. I think it would be better to buy equipment for everybody than to just stack Felix as much as I want to. Let's see. Which I'd love to just stack Felix. It seems like he's the only person who's really gonna get a whole lot from this. Don't need that, do you? Okay, question on... Yeah, just like, I'm kind of like, I don't really need the game tickets because I didn't use a lot of them last time anyway, so... It is funny that you can actually cancel getting the ticket. You don't have enough money. Okay, that's fair. Okay. We'll just come back. I canceled out the game tickets. I didn't even know you could do that. But it is also, it's like, there are good places, like these, I think, just having plain old chickens and sheep, perfectly fine. But having the room to include weirder things in your world, and you don't need to explain all of them, I think, like, having enemy types in RPGs, just having them there is enough for people to imagine, you know? Just having them in the space is enough for people to be able to say, okay, that must mean that this species does exist in a way in this world. And from that, we can extrapolate more, right? I think, like, with goblins, for example, okay, well, they have to do something. Goblins have to end up doing something in order to justify their presence, right? Oh, there's a gin up here. Interesting. 82 coins. Okay. Now the real million-dollar question is, how do I get back there? Cave entrance. Which means there must be a way to get to the cave. Now the question becomes, which building do I have to run into from the back in order to get in there? Or... You can approach from the south, or you can come down from the north. Oh, to get to Heart of Osenia. Okay. You know what? It's probably the inn. You know what? If I was a betting boy, it'd probably be the inn, huh? Probably just a back door here, huh? Nope. Aren't any towns here in Garo? You should probably rest here and re-equip yourself. There's this guy. I see the gin. See the cave entrance. You know what? Let me try something. Question for the sheep. Tell me more. I just love to eat me some grass. Okay, maybe the chicken will know more. If there's anything I know about chickens, it's that they are egregious species, capable of knowing secrets above men. Ground to your stuff, I just want to scratch it. Okay, never mind. Okay, these guys have nothing going on in their brain. Look across the ocean to the south. Town called Garo lies at east of us, but its residents aren't quite human. Interesting. Why are they not human? You don't have what you need for it yet? Oh. Okay. That's good to know, though. Thank you. I would have been searching for a while. I definitely would have been there for a long time trying to figure that out. Probably all for the best that I don't sit there for a long time. I mean, these are the 107th of the oppressive world rulers up until the Dragon campaign where humans and dragon parties rose to free the world. Oh, that's pretty cool. I think with like world histories, you have to really be willing to work with. You have to be able to sit and be like, okay, we're gonna write this down and work with what we come up with initially. I know with Eidola, with Red Genie's world, it's a lot. It's actually, I've been working sort of in a way in reverse order, because I started working from I started the world building with the future. In that I actually started when I started writing up stuff for Eidola, it was actually for a D&D campaign. And that D&D campaign was a war. And now I'm actually working my way back up to that war in terms of chronology, essentially. Which is, it's very interesting, because in every Eidola story I've written, it happens at different points in the world history. But I really appreciate that the timeline doesn't need to be so... I don't need to be super precise with it. I just need to be precise. I just need to make sure I don't contradict what has already happened. That's kind of the key with any lore, is if you're going to do something with your world, just make sure it doesn't contradict. If you're adding on, it doesn't matter. Just don't contradict facts that already exist. Like the way that magic works, you know, it's like, okay, you have the 4 schools of magic, they all count as magic, it's just people have different words for different systems, you know, like the people who do like the martial arts stuff get chi and they have their energy from within, but that same energy from within practice can also manifest as like sorcery, you know, like magic from within sort of thing. And then there's magic as a science, which is like arcane, like the arcane, which is wizardry basically, like the practice of pulling the magic of the world and using it for stuff. And then there's asking for power from another place, which is like nature magic, which is okay, we're going to take magic and say we're going to pull from another source. You know what's funny? I thought about this after I moved it, and this is wrong. That sucks. Oh well. What's the deal with this place? I wonder what's going on in this place called Garo. There's... music's great here. What's going on here? Garu. Oh, they're werewolves. What was that? These boys going ooh woo at me. Oh, hello. This boy going ow. Aw, they're ow-wooing. These boys be ooh-wooing at me. I don't believe it. Was that a werewolf? Great, do you know what that thing was? Well, perhaps. What are you waiting for? Tell us. Suspects it may have been a lycanthrope. Oh, werewolves. Lycanth what? Just think of them as people born with special powers. Kind of like adepts. Yeah, that sounds right. Sheba, you've put it quite well. Adepts borrow their abilities from the power of the elements. Lycanthropes borrow theirs from the power of beasts. Oh, that's... oh, that's actually a fun way to think about it. It's actually, just so you guys are coming back, the interesting way for them to put it, adepts borrow their power from the elements, lycanthropes borrow their power of beasts. Interesting. This is why they take the form of animals. They may look frightening, but we must try to communicate with them. Well, thank you, Kraden, for being very... lycanthropes, werewolves, a whole village in hiding. Is it just me, or does Kraden seem a little too happy to have found werewolves? Man, he's into the Kirk scale. I appreciate him. But me happy to find werewolves? You must be joking. Guess I'm just curious about all the secrets of these new lands. Any real scholar would be thrilled to explore new land full of mystery, huh? So are there werewolves only on Osenia? So how could you have known about them, Kraden? Yeah, that is weird. Oh, poor old man. Alright, so I lied. Glad we found werewolves there. Are you happy? You know what? I want to get a closer look if I can. Let's go. Find us some werewolves. This guy definitely... You know what, Kraden? I did not realize your culture. I was not aware of your game. I appreciate this. Good job. Kraden's a man of culture, it seems. My man my man definitely is just like, well, I want to know more about werewolves. It's like, okay. Your choice in literature intrigues me. Say you saw a werewolf. Yes. Not ridiculous. There's such thing as werewolves. I mean, I'm not really judging if they are, man. I'm pretty sure Kraden's kind of into it. What? Outsiders here? Oh. He has reveal? That's cool. Did you have the sight of the full moon? Yes. Yes, I agree, but it brings me grief. We here cannot enjoy the sight of it directly. Interesting. Okay, so we have a lot to look around in. This place is cool, though. I like the music here, too. I like the music here. The music's already been pretty awesome. I'm interested in Garu. Oh, I got the name now. I just got it. It just occurred to me. Oh, Garu Wolf. Ah, I know. The gender change powers. Of course, that was a wee pup. I'm just wee pup in people ears. Why? He is old. Man, but now I'm thinking about it. This place has some interesting already. Like the naming convention is already like, yep, okay, I understand. Ah, I need reveal to go further. Okay, so I need to talk to this guy so I can get reveal because he clearly can use the synergy. Hello. No fair. Brother always gets to go out late. Oh, poor kid. Whoa. Oh, we're here now. What? How does one? How do I go? Where do I go from here? Hello. Garrow exists to protect Air's rock. In exchange, we gain its power ourselves. So there's a special rock here. They protect. Interesting. Hello. Where did you come on the night of full moon? Come during the day to see our full range of wares. Hey, I gotta sneeze. You know, weird tick that I didn't actually know I had until my mom pointed it out. I apparently only sneeze twice every time, and it's actually exceedingly rare that I ever do less or more, which I didn't really realize until it was pointed out to me that that's actually super true. And you know what's funny? Weird little stuff like that are things I think about when I'm writing. It may seem a bit silly, but it's interesting to think about little things like that when you're writing, because I think a lot of writers focus in to me, I think the wrong place to hyper focus on, at least to me, is the world building. I think world building is fantastic, and when you do it really well, it's really engaging and thrilling, and you can have a place that people would come back to over and over again. I think one of them talks about where Air's rock is. Whoops. I was just calling my dog. Sounds good, huh? Let's see. Strangers should not go out at night. Guests are welcome in Garrow, but they do well stay in at night. Of the side of the full moon. I'll have to just talk to people. Forgive me not taking my hood off. I just don't care for the full moon's light, or if you mind read them. You say you saw a werewolf. No. Of course not. She knows there's no such thing. Not here. Let me try mind reading this one. Maybe this guy knows? Night of the full moon is usually so festive. It's boring having to wear these hoods when strangers come. Let's see. Foreigners only come here en route to Air's Rock. Only chose if you can reach the peak. But I do like the... Let's see, which one of us was it who removed the hood in front of these strangers? How does one reach Air's Rock, then? Okay. Maybe I could ask this guy. Hello. Welcome, weary travelers. Okay, never mind. Strange. Very strange. I'm gonna check. Let me go down here. Let me go in here real quick. Maybe one of these guys knows. But I think the real power in writing is that you get a world. We have other powers than just world. I wonder which one of us will inherit the powers of Master Maha. Intriguing. Well, I think that if you're gonna do world building, I think if you're gonna do a lot of world building, I think your world building can really fall apart if there's no characters to cling on to in the story, right? And to me, I think that it's very easy to lose sight of writing a fun and thrilling story in pursuit of some deep world building. You know, and making the lore. In a similar vein, I think it can be very easy to accidentally write a story that loses sight of some of that. To lose sight of the power of the characters. Why don't I get the power of the Maha wields? Whirlwind on the stone. Oh, that's what it is. I have to find Whirlwind on the stone. Okay, so I have to find a stone to use Whirlwind on. Oh, maybe it's the rock that he went into. Maybe that's what it is. That makes more sense. Hang on. Let me go back. But because like I think the easiest thing to forget is that the worlds that people really cling to are also filled with characters that people care about. You know, that's the reason why Middle-earth is still talked about for decades since. It's not just the world, because the world is extremely dense with exceptional storytelling, but with, like, you know, the world building, but it's also followed up by the fact that the characters in that world matter. You're made to care. Sorry, my nose is a bit stuffy right now. I'm also a little lost, it seems. Okay, I know that's not here. I don't think. Actually, wait, hang on. One step. I'm gonna see. Can I get into... Can I get up to that box at all? Not from there, I don't think. Not from there. Nope. Okay, not from there. How does one reach? How does one reach? I do like how the night water looks, though. What did you say again? It's grim luck that brings strangers here in the glow of the full moon. Just a big rock. I may mind read this one then. Maybe he'll know? Climbed all over that stupid rock and for what? Climbed over the rock. Which rock? I think it's this one, but... Doesn't seem like Whirlwind does anything for this, so... I don't know which rock they speak of. In truth, I don't really know what they're talking about. Okay, I'm a little lost. I am a little confused. Is a different rock not in town? Okay, so that means I have to go... I'm gonna guess I have to go out of town and go find the Ayers rock then. I guess. Okay, this is something that this has happened a couple times now, where the thing that you need to progress in one spot isn't in the spot that... I don't know, it just feels like, okay, I have to go chasing some other thread in order to move the story forward in one spot. I don't know, that one seems a bit strange. At least to me, it feels a bit strange. It's not... I don't think it's bad, though. I think it's just... It's difficult at times, because my brain is thinking, okay, I'm in this space, I should be able to do more here, but I can't. So I need to go further elsewhere and find the funny rock and cast Whirlwind on it. I at least understand that when I find Ayers rock, I have to use Whirlwind on it, and that's the objective. Oh, I guess we'll level up a lot. This is fine. It is a little difficult, though, to be given given the notion of, hey, you need to go do this thing, and being told to go somewhere else every time I need to go do something. I did also just see we didn't actually do Yampi Desert. So I might need to go back to the desert and see if I can find more in there. There's a cave up ahead. Probably check that out. Might as well at this point. Yampi Desert. Oh god, wait, no. This is... I'm gonna guess that... What the... Oh, it's not too hot. Oh, but I don't have reveal yet, so I can't even go back through here. Okay. I don't have reveal yet. That does kind of put a bit of a damper on my plan. So I'll need to come back here with reveal at some point. I could theorize that without reveal, we can't really do the same. We can't really do the same things with the desert, so we'll need to come back to the desert. Okay, good to know. Does seem like the rhythm of the game of this game is similar to what we saw earlier. Because I'm noticing the pattern between the two games. Whoa. Oh, there's the funny rock. Hello. Funny rock. Ayers rock. Beware of the windstone. So magnify the power of the wind. Use caution when approaching the Ayers rock. Ooh. Very cool. I am already beginning to understand what I have to do, and I can already tell this place is going to be a bit of a nightmare to nav. Is that a cassowary? It's an emu. It's an effing emu, man. I think oh no, I'm gonna think about that video. It has so much language I can't use normally. The guy walking waters. I love that emu. I love that emu so much. It's so funny. It's such a funny video. The guy's just going, "It's an emu. Name's Waters." Oh man, I love that video. That one makes me laugh every time. It's just the emu. The way he says emu is. It's like, I know it's an accent thing, but it just gets me every time. Oh man, you know, that's actually something that is actually something that I think is very funny when I'm playing games now is, and when I read books too, is, you know, I pay attention to how pronunciations are done. Because if I'm given a pronunciation, you know, if somebody directly says how to pronounce something, I will try to use the game's pronunciation as much as I can. But if it's something like, okay, if it's a pronunciation I have to read, you know, and there's no spoken element to the game, I feel like it does change your relationship with that word, you know, when you're thinking about how words are done and how words are formulated in our common language. Oh, you know what? I don't have any elixirs, do I? That sucks. Ain't that just a hoot? I guess we'll just have to throw hands. Could summon Mercury if I wanted, but I think this is working. Ow. Well, now we put him asleep. I guess just show him what for, I guess. Wakes from slumber. We're gonna punch him. There we go. Hey. Not too bad. We got a lucky medal. It's cure well. Actually, we can just do cure. Go. There we go. Easy peasy. I had that happen with me for the word facade. Never heard it, but read it. Yeah, I think facade is like how my brain would internalize it if I didn't know it was facade. And it's funny because some words, you know what's actually, I guess one word that I do recall actually looking at somebody and saying, I don't think that's how you pronounce it. Even though I didn't really know I didn't know for sure, but I was like, I don't think you pronounce it that way. And that is the title of Blaze Blue, which they used to call it Blase Blue. And I'm thinking, where's the E with the accent, with the little thing on top of it? Blase? You're telling me this game is boring? You're telling me that this fighting game with all these crazy characters is blase? And I'm just like, I don't think you know how to read, sir. They literally say Blaze Blue in the game on the title screen, and you're telling me that it's called Blase Blue, and they're like, yeah, it's Blase Blue. It's like, that's great though. It is great, but it's like, but you can't spout an inaccuracy when they give you the correct one. That's not how that works. What sort of heresy is this? It is great. It is funny though. I do like it. I just don't like it that way. I like it because it's silly, not because it's just like, it's weird though, because I found that one grating only because he was so matter-of-fact about it. It's like, I don't care if your pronunciation is right or wrong based on the standard practices, but don't sit here and tell me. I returned food, see you found Ayers Rock. I did. I hope the food is good though. I had tacos today because that was the meal to. We have HelloFresh now, so we have that today. That was quite good. Where does this go? This feels like I'm going further. I don't know how to feel about that. I just had 2 PB&Js. PB&Js are fantastic though. Are you kidding me? Okay, not this way. Man. I will say, of all the like meals for lunchtime that I've had in my life, I don't think anything quite matches the simple joy of a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Heck yeah, delicious sandwiches. It's just like, I feel like it's one of those things where is it like, are there more like, you know, are there more fancy things you can do for lunch? Of course. I think anytime somebody ever says like, oh yeah, I went out to a specific place for lunch or whatever, and they have like this, you know, 5-step process for lunch. Good for them, man. But did you take 2 pieces of your whatever white bread and put peanut butter and jelly on it, put them together, boom, sandwich? No. It's like, come on, man. The simplest thing. I also had Korean corn dogs today. That also sounds good though. But see, it's like there's a place. God bless America. What? But to me, I think there's like a time. It's like time and place. You know what I mean? Like, if you have Korean corn dogs, that's not, like, the context and the spacing therein is really nice. It's like, oh, cool, I get to enjoy this thing in this context. But it's different when... Why? Shiva, acquire the points. Thank goodness. But it's like, there's a difference between, I think, that sort of stuff and the simplicity. Because when you're having a lunch, I don't cut up French fries. Condensed milk and Kanako powder. I have never seen these before. I also don't really know what Korean corn dogs are, so I feel like I need to educate myself at some point, because that sounds interesting. The places I usually, if I go out to eat anywhere, I usually have like my favorites. But I like trying out new things when I'm in a place I've never been before. I always find it very frustrating if I go somewhere and I know me and a person are going there for the first time, and I watch them season the food before they try it. It's like, boy, what are you doing? Like, what do you mean? You haven't tried it yet. Don't pile on salt onto the food when you haven't eaten it yet. You don't know if that'll make it better or worse yet. Then again, that's how I feel about food in general, where it's just like, I feel like I like trying things the way that it's prescribed first. Because that lets me try the food in its natural state, in that sense. I'm not really, I guess it's weird, because on some foods I'm not very picky, or I prefer really simple things, and then when it comes to certain things I'm very specific about. I guess the weirdest thing I'm specific about is if I go to a place that serves a chicken Caesar salad, I usually get that first, because I want to know if they know how to make a salad. Because to me, if the simplest thing one can do is take the Caesar dressing and cheese and croutons and lettuce, and if they can screw that up, I don't trust them to do anything more complex. It also tells me, probably the weirdest piece of this is that if I order a salad and I see that like the salad's all rusted, you know, like the lettuce is all rusted and stuff, it tells me that their food isn't particularly fresh. And it's like, okay, not coming back here. But I only do that to places I think I'm going to be back at more than once. Like if there's a place that I really want to, you know, it's like, oh, I might come back here more often. If I go to that place and I try their, like, you know, it's like I just try that, it's like, I'm very judgy. But I don't know. Maybe it's just weird. Korean corn dogs are interesting. It's either a hot dog or cheese stick, or half and half, prepared normally. Prepared, though their batter fries are crunchier, or dipped into outer coatings than fried. Okay. Interesting. Sounds pretty good, though. Okay, we are gonna run from... I accidentally clicked run, but we're gonna run from that fight anyway, because I am now realizing how lost I am. It is actually kind of astounding how lost I am right now. I think that is something this game has done that I'm a little bit... I'm interested to see if it stays this way. Place I went to had Fruity Pebbles as a coating option. So I'm guessing that the cheese they choose for the... like, because you say it's a hot dog and a cheese stick. Or a cheese stick. So I'm guessing that, like, with the Fruity Pebbles... I guess I'm just thinking, you wouldn't eat that with, like, a hot dog, right? Like, it would be a cheese stick, right? Like with a corn dog? I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. It depends on the... maybe it depends on the meat? Because is this going to be like the pineapple on pizza thing where my brain goes, but if you mozzarella or a cheddar option? I see. Mozzarella would actually go quite good with... because I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to put it in my head into the headspace of how this works. Because if it's like pineapple on pizza, and that might be good for this because people frequently get lost here. I can see why. But if it's like pineapple on pizza, where if you have a sweet meat, like a sweet meat, like a meat that is flavored sweeter, then, and you have that paired with a batter that is also sweet, and you put Fruity Pebbles on that, I could see it happening. It's weird to me. It clashes with everything I know about food, but it makes sense to me. I can understand it. Wah. It does confuse the crap out of me to think of it, but I see it. You know what I mean? I guess in a weird way, if I can actually loop this background to game design, because some mechanics in games don't make sense when you put them in, like when you say them out loud, right? Like certain ideas don't make sense, like golf and horror game. Condensed milk and Kanako powder was pretty good with mozzarella. Goes with Thai sweet chili sauce. Okay. Yeah, because it's like if you take two things and you say put these together, it sounds wrong because your brain goes, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't correlate. But it's in the context that you find it in that you can actually get some really interesting effects, right? And I'm thinking food is a lot like that. Like this particular food we have discussed up to this point, these Korean corn dogs, they seem to be following a similar idea where it doesn't make sense when you say it out loud. Like golf game that is a horror game, or roguelike Peggle RPG. Like, makes no sense in context. Out of context makes no sense. But when you see it in action and you try it for yourself, it's quite good. It's quite impressive. But you have to really, it's like, I feel like in a way you have to knowingly fight your internal biases of Penguin. It's like, it's so good. But I feel like you really have to fight your internal biases in order to get to that point, right? Like you have to be able to fight every single part of your body to say, okay, this is a new idea and it's hard to understand. But I think I get it, you know? I actually think that's probably where Grim Fandango I was having trouble with, because I had to orient my brain around ideas that didn't make sense to me. And I feel like that's why the game was giving me so much trouble when it came to figuring out how to move forward in the game. Innovation is challenging standards. Yeah. And it's like, and I think especially for video games, to me at least, is that the best innovations in gaming have to come with and alongside something that already exists. Like, you have to be able to say, okay, we're gonna take something you know and add a twist to it, and then from there you can take that next step forward and say, okay, we're going to add to this. We're gonna add a little bit more to it. I think I screwed up. But great examples is when the first-person shooter genre was stepping out of the shadow of Doom. One of the things that was innovated on was dual stick aiming. You know, right stick to aim, left stick to move. And people weren't really into it when it first happened, when it first came to be. You know, people weren't really interested in seeing a first-person shooter with these controls because they thought it was clunky and weird, and that the control scheme itself would be dead within, you know, a very short period of time. And now dual stick shooters are the way we do shooting games now. Like first-person shooters, now it's just dual stick shooting, control schemes dominate the market when it comes to shooting and aiming, and moving. And it's absolutely fundamental. But when it was first invented, nobody understood it. It didn't make sense. It very much was a, what are you doing with this control scheme? This isn't normal. And that's super cool. Stormbrand. Why does Felix get all the cool weapons? That's just weird. Can anyone else use this? No. Why does Felix is Felix like someone's OC or something? Well, technically every character that's written is an OC. I'm gonna drop this though. Do not need a smoke bomb. But I think it's necessary to challenge standards and try things. Do new ideas. Have fun. Let's see. He's God's favorite princess. I guess he is. Boy is absolutely cracked, and I don't like it. It bothers me immensely that this boy gets to have far more equipment. Like, somebody really said that Felix gets to have all the cool stuff. I dislike that notion. Why does Felix get to have all the cool equipment? I think more specifically, the thing that's kind of confusing me with it is, why is it that only Felix has been getting special weapons so far? Like, maybe I'm just missing some. Maybe that's the problem. But it definitely feels like I'm missing something with that. It definitely feels like I'm missing something with Felix, that like this boy just gets to have every cool weapon in the game. Cause he's already, like, at this point I've gotten more swords than I can use. I've gotten more weaponry than I am even able to carry with me at one time. Which doesn't even make sense. I don't know why they would give you, because I've gotten 4 different axes and swords. I haven't even been able to acquire like a special mace or anything yet. Oh, that's ice. Well, that's a shame. I see places to drop down, and I'm worried I have to make blind jumps down, which is going to bother me a little bit. Pushy, pushy. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh boy. Got the water. Now, the secondary question with all this is... But... Oh god, don't tell me it's actually a puzzle, like a reflex thing. Oh no, it is. Let me get my boy. Get the boy. And... our gal. Oh god. Oh god. Real fear is climbing up these things and hoping I don't get knocked down. This feels like I've seen video of the Silent Hill 4 escalator. That's what I'm thinking of seeing this right now, is just you get smacked so many times running into this somehow, right? Okay, let's go this way first before I jump down. I don't want to make that mistake. Well, I will say I'm happy that I've fought every opponent at this point now, because between money and the raw power of finances, but man, there's so much stuff I missed already. I already know that. How does one get hit on purpose? Oh, I see. I have to drop down on it. Interesting. Oh. Okay. What is this place, man? Why is Ayers Rock such a weird dungeon? Why is this place so huge? I guess that's something that this game has definitely already proven to be a bit of... It's both very fascinating and a bit problematic that every dungeon has to be absolutely monolithic for no reason. So I think at this point we've been here for, I'd like to say at least 30 minutes. What? What are you talking about, Willis? What do you mean by this? Okay, I'm guessing I can't go up there. Guessing I can't go that way until I've done something else. Which is probably use the funny rock in order to trigger the... you know what? Actually, I don't know. What I do know is I am absolutely lost. This place is way too huge. I'm trying my best to solve as much of it as I can, but... What am I looking at, truly? Just the scale of this place, man. I feel like more so just trying to understand the scale of this dungeon. Whee! Okay, we can go up this way. Very cool. Weh. Weh. Only 4K more points so I can redeem another series. Most excellent. I do know that Wednesday and Thursday, when we get into January, I do have plans. So you might be able to save your points until for a little while yet. Oh, I can't move it either way. Well, that's frustrating. Then how does one... I don't really know how to move that. Let me go back down. How does one move? I'm pretty sure I just have to stand on the other side of that rock and move it that way. My arrogance might be showing. Hang on. Yep, okay, there we go. Okay, now we're good. But I do know that I have... I think what I might do is... I know at the very minimum I want to do... I know Thursdays on... When we... next year. I know next year's Thursdays... I already have ordained for Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance to celebrate 3 years of streaming. It might be negotiable though for Wednesday. I don't know though. Might depend. I'm not really like set on the other series I want to start in January. I just know that I want to. I just know well that the thing I want to do is have the beginning of the year ordained before I get there, so I can just jump right into it. Because that would be nice. There we go. Okay, good. Okay, now I can move this over. And jump over. Hello. Whee! Okay, up we go. Spin! Okay, where does this go, though? Oh, this just goes back there. Oops. Okay. You know what? Good I found out. At least I looked. So that's the shortcut to get out of here. Good to know. My brain would just want to redeem it ASAP so to save more points. That's fair. I would definitely... it's one of those things where regardless of what happens, I would write it down. I will write it down when you redeem it, though. 'Cause I do need to... I would want to make sure I have it written down for sure. Okay, there we go. Hey. Okay. Now the question is, can I just go up this thing and it'll pop me back down, maybe? No. Okay, good to know. Okay, so now I need to go back down and around. This place is insanely huge. What game are you thinking, though? I guess I was just curious to the game you're thinking right now. Because it's interesting because I try to keep myself... I try to vary it up when it's up to me to choose. I like to World Ends with You. I do need to figure out how I'm going to play that. I do need to figure out how I'm going to play that. Because I know I've talked about needing to figure out how I'm going to play it. Because it's available a bunch of ways, right? As I recall? I know there's the Neo World Ends With You that's available on the Switch. I will need to acquire it. Never... one way or the other, I need to acquire it. I will need to figure out how I'm going to acquire. Maybe by then they'll be putting it on the Xbox. It'll just be on Game Pass. No, it won't. I don't think it will be. I know the Switch has it though, so I'll figure something out. Up we go. Regardless of what happens, I will figure it out. So we're just going up. Did they also make a port of the first one on the Switch? I think so. That's what I'm thinking, though. That's what I was thinking about. I was wondering if it's on the Switch that way as well. I have to go look. Oh, there's a chest there. Ah, I can go get it in a moment. Either Switch or DS. I think you would really enjoy the OG, The World Ends With You, because the touch control combat scheme is a touchscreen and face buttons at the same time. Neo is the sequel. Okay. I might need to... The only thing that might stop me from playing it on the DS, thinking ahead, is that I don't know how I would do touchscreen controls on totally legit DS without it being a little tough, but I might see if I can get it on the Switch then, but I'll need to take a gander and see what I can do. Unsure either. I think the Switch version might be what I go with, if only also so that it might be nice to go with a version that I know that other people can get, so that when inevitably people really like it, then when people inevitably really like the game and the series, that they'll go and try it, and they will go and get it for the Switch, and they'll join up on that. I should go check that box before I go in. You know what? I should probably do that. Before I go in here, I'm gonna go get that box, because even if it's not the most useful item, the fact that it's sequestered away and requires backtracking to get, it might be worth it. It might not be worth it, but it might be worth it. So I'm gonna go get it. I'm at least going to be responsible RPG player and go get the item. I think the tough thing is when it's like with if I had a desk setup that didn't make me feel really like self-conscious whenever I have to move them, like I'm gonna say for legal purposes a stylus, but you know, so if I have to move things on if I have to move something on my desk rapidly or constantly move something on my desk, it's like it happens all the time when we play PC games anyway. You know, like when I'm playing Phasmophobia, I always feel a little bit weird. Found a remix version just fine, just the pointer with the Joy-Con requires a lot of recentering. Thankfully, a quick button press while in game. Okay. Yeah, it's one of those things that I think that I know that I prefer streaming with consoles because I'm a little self-conscious about my mechanical keyboard and all that stuff. And in a way, I probably should get a... If I could help it, I wish I could get a keyboard specifically for, like, streaming, so it's not like a loud mechanical keyboard. But in my mind, I think it would be easier. It would be easier on my mind and my conscience to say, oh, well, why not just build a desk better suited for streaming in the first place? which sounds like an unnecessary amount of work, but I do need a new desk. I do need a new desk anyway, because the desk I currently have is okay at best for everything. And I would like a better one. So one day. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we can do. It might just be the Wednesday series of next year, if you get the points for it before then. Which is likely, but it might just be the Wednesday series, because that seems like a... What the heck? Ujin Shield? Don't tell me that's another item for... You've got to be kidding me. Why does he keep getting items? Why is Felix getting kitted out and then nobody else gets equipment? I keep getting equipment for this dork and then it just... Also, Final Rank has some additional bonus scenes post-game to tie to the sequel. Oh, I see. Okay. I am very intrigued. Okay, down we go. Maybe I'm just thinking that Felix is a dork because of how he acted last game. Because I'm not really sure how to feel about Felix or Kraden, because neither of them really explained to our party in the first half of the game. They didn't explain a thing. And it feels like Felix really could have helped out, could have made things a little bit more understandable if he just told us what was going on. So I'm not really sure how to feel about Felix getting a... It kind of feels like Felix and Kraden are kind of just kind of glassing over what we learned last game. Just kind of, oh yeah, it's fine. Or redeem it soonish enough, you might get a deal on it. I might be able to. Speaking of deals, if someone could put the Red Genie command down, if anyone's wish listed Red Genie, there's gonna be two sales. There's November's sale and the Christmas sale. Red Genie will be on those, so you know, if you want to get the game and you want to try it out this holiday season, it'd be a good time now. We just got controller support, by the way, so you can use gamepads now, which is really freaking cool. I actually tested it myself. I used my Xbox controller. It works like a dream. I use the A and B button myself, like A button to select and B button to menu. It's very nice, and it can be modified to anything that is classified as a gamepad. So you can map it to buttons on anything. So theoretically, you could build use a fighting gamepad and control it with that, or if you use a DDR pad, you technically could do that. Technically, you could use a DDR pad to play Red Genie now. So the controller support is now a thing. I'm very happy with that. I remember I was talking about it once, and I got so neurotic about it. It was when there was a stream of like 2 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago now, and I straight up got so concerned about it because it's like, well, it's such an easy thing to add. You should go add it right now. That my brain said, okay, just go add it, and I went and did it. Welcome to the real dungeon. The fact that this is all just preamble to the real dungeon is insane. That's crazy. Is that a mummy? Wow. You know what? I'm happy there's no explanation. I don't need an explanation for this. This is awesome. Just mummy. Interesting, too, that this seems to be the undead type of mummy, just the shambling corpse. Hello? What are you? But how do I move that further back? Intriguing. We'll have to look at this. Yeah, I think this dungeon is so freaking long. I appreciate that they were willing to put so much into the dungeons in this game, but also, holy crap. I've been walking for... We've been in here for almost an entire hour. Like, we have actually been here for an exceptionally long amount of time. Okay, I'm guessing I need to get these onto the respective pillar spots. But how is a question. I'll have to come back to that. I'm very lost, to be honest. It definitely seems like there's... It definitely seems like some of these places are going to be insanely hard to navigate. Okay, wait. You know what? That's going to bother me. There's no way to solve that room right now, right? Also, I'm going to look back here. What is this? What is happening with all this? Oh, I haven't turned on. Okay, so these things need to be turned on. So I guess I could theorize that. Oh, brother, I have to go through this whole place before I can go back and get all the stuff. It just occurred to me I have to turn on the dungeon, which as a turn of phrase is horrendous. One should never have to do that. It should just be a thing that doesn't need to be done or said. You should never need to have to flip the switch on the dungeon. It seems unnecessary. But then again, what do I know? Okay. Take a quick gander. Okay, that's all. This is a puzzle. This is a whole puzzle. We have entered the actual dungeon. What am I even looking at here? What am I observing? The DM was tired at 4 a.m. when they finished the dungeon. Man, if that isn't just the truth of this, huh? Really does feel like this is some poor DM really said you're suffering my wrath on this one. Oh, I see. I understand. I did edit. By the way, I did edit a video of the outer space bit from the boss fight that we did last time. I haven't gotten around to actually. I haven't been able to put together the. I haven't been able to upload it yet, but I do want to soon. I did put together a video of the outer space bit from last time. So I do need to get around to I need to get around to publishing that one. That one's funny. Alright, not too bad. What? Do I have the stupid? Oh, I understand. I did have the key to learning is observing the stupid and moving beyond it. I have achieved understanding. This is, as they said, this is how Confucius mastered the art of smart. Fuck. It's just hitting me a little too hard right now, man. It's just... Oh, man. Smart. This is why I have a college degree. I'm sorry, it's really hitting me right now. I don't know, there's something about the true comedy of the matter, you know? Just there is something to be said about the ability to make such a boneheaded decision in record time and sit there and think, you know, SMRT, SMRT. Okay, so this one needs to be down. Okay. So proud of you, ODaM. It's very... I feel like in a silly sort of way, it's exactly how I thought my life would be years later, you know? I always kind of figured, I always figured in some way that by being simultaneously highly intellectual and also barely capable of finding his way out of a paper bag, I feel like I have the perfect amount of brain to work with and enough stupid to know that to be humbled immediately when I realize I have much to learn. In truth, it is very helpful to know that I will always have something to improve in. I said it during the last Hollow Knight stream that I appreciate my weaknesses a lot more when I get to have them on full blast in front of a group of people. I feel like it really does remind me at times that as much as I've improved in my life, I have also proven regularly that I have room to grow, and I love that. I think knowing well that I have space and time to get better means that looking at my career at this point, which within the next month and a half-ish, I will have 7 books in total, a video game out, 9 music albums, and I stream. It's like music albums, books, the game, I stream, I've edited videos, I finished college at some point. Gotta bake that humble pie in front of a live studio audience for the best effect. Yeah, it tastes the best when it's in front of a live studio audience. But it's like, it's like that. I look at that though, and I look at my career, and it's like, I feel amazing. It feels amazing to know that I'm still in the beginning of my own career, in my own path, to be able to say, oh, thank goodness, I have so many more humble pies to bake. I have so many more chances to humble myself before a live crowd, and being able to say, okay, cool, that means I have more room, I can get even better at this. Even if sometimes that means I can be stupid faster, which is arguably way funnier. But there's some real strength in realizing that I have like decades to get better at being stupid. Like, that's awesome. It's like, I think it's very easy for people to look down on themselves, but I actually, in that same conversation I had with my good friend, when we talked about the games, you know, we talked about the Game Awards and remakes and remasters and DLCs. In that same talk, we talked about our jobs, because his job is very, he performs in front of people. He's, I don't think it'd be too much for me to say that he performs, you know, he does like Broadway, so it's like, and I'm like, he's exceptional, absolutely phenomenal musician and performer. But it's like, he reminded me that it's like, you know, you don't have to be humble about this, and he had to remind me, you're not shilling if you're telling people to buy your stuff in your stream. It's like, it's advertising, and I'm like, but he kind of reminded me that when you've really worked for something, and you've really done a lot to you know, be greater in that sense. Oh, hey, tablet. But when you've worked hard to be greater than you once were, it's kind of like, well, of course you have the right to be confident. You have the right therein to be confident, because you've earned it. And it's like, whenever people like talk down on themselves, I just think, what are you doing? You have so much more to work for. And if you don't think you're good yet, just wait a couple years. Keep working at it, and you get to see how cool you'll be in a couple years. Like, when I was 18, I was cool, but I was definitely not where I am now, because I am cool as hell right now. Like, I look at my life, it's like I get to be the cool uncle who shows up with a fun job, and I'm just like awesome. And it's like, yeah, can that come across as arrogant sometimes when you say it like that? Yeah. But who cares? It's not arrogance if it's just plain confidence. More people deserve to talk to themselves like that. More people deserve to be able to tell themselves that they're cool, because they deserve it. What am I doing? What am I doing? That rid rock, I understand. I need to go back up and move the rock. I think. Where... You know, I feel like this dungeon is going to cause my brain to hurt a lot, but I'm getting there. But like I just said, the fact that I could actually pretty easily think about a couple of different games that I had played when I first started streaming that I did not have the confidence levels to be able to like be as to make it, you know, be cool. But it's like I've gotten to do so many cool freaking things in my life. I learned how to ride horses. I learned how to like fence. I learned a martial art that is just weapons, because it's like, well, why are you going to disarm yourself? I took all those classes. I learned so many cool things. I've been to so many places. It's like when you're really into fiction, you get to go to so many cool places all the time, you know? Because when you read books and play video games and watch movies, it's like oh, Emeraldo, a raid. Hang on, I gotta shout out my boy. Hang on. Welcome in, Raiders. How was the stream? How was the stream, me boy? Hang on, let me get my boy. Oh, you are back at the Xenoblade grind again. How was that? Oh, wait. I typed in the wrong thing. I was too excited. Underscroll Emeraldo. I was going too fast. I definitely went too fast. How's everyone doing today? Holy crap. Holy Toledo. Ooh. My boy Xenoblade 2 is excellent, though. I have seen many a thing. How is it going? Well, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Xenoblade grind was very tedious. I can sometimes you do hit those points in RPGs, but as long as you got to have fun today, I hope that you got to have fun today. For everybody coming in, my name is ODaM. It's very worth it to level up an astounding 2 levels. Is 2 levels a lot in Xenoblade? I actually don't know. Ah, the ad break. Why? Why is ad break? This is not the time. I'm gonna grab the machine and just like, why ad break? If people want to get out of ad break and refresh, I understand. Refresh this page. No. Let me go again. Ad. Let me stay right here. I will wait right here and wait, because this is a raid, dang it. I want to stay right here. Why did it have to happen? The timing. Wait. I will wait right here. But nevertheless, let me wait a moment. Also gonna friggin' move my phone because it's in the way. Alright, put that away. I need to drink some water real quick. The ad was just in the way. I hate this. It frustrates me that the ads will jump in when I least need it. Where? Let me in. Let me back to my viewers. Just start going all goblin mode because it just did this. Why did it do this to me? Of all the times for the ads to pop in, gotta grab it by the neck. Okay. Come on. I'm like waiting. I'm like chomping at the bit. I'm looking at the timer. It's crazy. Okay, now that the ads are gone, I was like grabbing the ad by the neck, like you don't show up when the raids happen. And I was unaware that the raid was gonna happen, so it's like, of course, it's like I can't stop it. Freaking ads. Oh well, nevertheless. But I hope everyone's happy. I hope everyone had a good time over there. Thank you so much for trusting me with your community, Emeraldo. But yeah, we're playing Golden Sun. And I am ODaM. I make the many things. I actually have a video game on Steam. And I've also written books, as I was just saying. And I also have made music. I've done many a thing, but now we're playing right now we're playing Golden Sun. Ad over. Yes. Oh, Ajax Spartan. I will say Ajax is a freaking cool name. I feel like if you it's like you take a character in anything, you name them Ajax, it's like, all right, cool. You have immediately upped the cool factor. This is excellent. Where am I? Where am I? But I hope everyone had a good time over there. It's like, I feel like, especially with like these very long RPGs, it's key to keep the momentum moving. Where am I going? This place is huge, by the way. We're playing Golden Sun right now, and I am so lost. But I'm having fun. But yeah, I am. I guess I should repeat because I think the ad ended a little bit after I started speaking. But yes, I am ODaM. I make the many things. The About section on the Twitch has all the links to those things if you wish to check them out yourself. I also, on command, I can bring them up with commands. That's why I made commands. The English language is confused. It's like, I've written books and I'm still like, I still talk like a fool. Must dip for now, but I wish you the luck. Well, thank you so much, Eidola. Thank you for trusting me with your community. I appreciate you eternally. Thank you, my boy. Thank you, me friend. My brain is going to be working as hard as it can to figure out this place. And to fight every enemy. But I do deeply appreciate everybody coming by. I do apologize for the ads. That one I did not know was going to happen. It's unfortunate when I see the ads coming and I'm like, please no. Not right now. Thank you for the lurk. Ooh. Yeah, right now, for those who do not know what's going on, Golden Sun The Lost Stage is a continuation of Golden Sun for the Game Boy. And we're currently in this temple in a place called Ayers Rock, which at the very minimum, I at least understand, is a magic temple for the element of wind. Other than that, you're like, I am catching up with the story. Of all things I have learned while playing Golden Sun, I have definitely understood that sometimes it's just best to look at it, understand it from the perspective the game is giving you, and just keep... Okay, I'm back at here. This place is the most confusing dungeon in the game. Oh, wait, I can get a free rock? Wait, question. Does that refresh every time? Can I refresh the Synergy Stone every time? Ooh, okay, that's good. That's actually very good to know. Because that means that if I need to heal, I can run back up here and refresh that. It's very cool, actually. But this game is quite exceptional, so as an RPG, I really like it. I think I also like, even though this game is longer, it said that on the how long to beat it's like 40 hours, so I think there's something to be said about RPGs it's like, I love RPGs that are the long ones. Like Persona 5 is still one of my favorite games of all time, and Persona 3 Reload is actually above that, so it's kind of like, I just really like the longer RPGs, but there is a certain majesty in being able to make that experience compact. Being able to have a smaller, more condensed version of that idea, in terms of just raw like material, like content, I think it's really good. I think even more so, it's nice that this game, like this dungeon is huge, and it's able to do all of this with the resources it has on hand. And it's a lot of that is also resources from the last game. Okay, I really need to figure out how to go forward. I should probably just right-hand rule it. So I think what I'll do is just follow the outer path of the dungeon. Oh! Holy crap, back-to-back raids? Oh. Fortune certainly has arrived today. Holy Toledo. Welcome in, Raiders. Could someone please shout out Luke for me? Dragon Rider Luke. How's it going today? Where are you guys? Let's see. What are you up to? Might need to do this. I don't know if I can type fast enough. Might be able to. Gold's on the... Oh, let me get that. Let's see. Let me get him. My turn. Visions of Mana. A lot of RPGs today. This is excellent. How is Visions of Mana going? I remember a while ago you mentioned I think you talked about it once upon a time. My brain is for goring. Just at the second half, I think. Oh, most excellent. Very good. That's pretty good. I'm unaware of how long of a game it is, but that sounds. But it's like it seems like you've been having some fun with that. I am leveled up again. Oh, I got Ragnarok again. Oh, most excellent though. For those who don't, for everyone coming, for the raiders coming in who don't know me, I'm ODaM. I make many of the things. 25 hours in. Oh, very good. How do I get this rock? But I make many things. Most recent was, let's see, most recent release would be brain's working. I think it would be Philosophy Through Play. It would be the last book that came out. But I make many things. Such as writing books and making video games. How does this work? How does this function? The dysfunction of my brain. Ow. But I hope everyone is having a good time. I feel like I missed something, right? Ah! There it is. Oh, nope, I understand. I think I understand what needs to be done, maybe? Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. I do need to move it this way. I think I understand what needs to be done. But yeah, I do many things. I hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone's having a good time. Today's been a good one. This Wednesday has been rather fortuitous for everybody. This is great. Let's see. Oh, okay, I see. Aha, there we go. Had to stare at it for a moment. There we go. Okay, brain has understood the puzzle. We have been mashing through battles lately just because attack power wise we're really ahead. I think we're kind of how would I put it? Kind of strong right now, all things considered. I'm actually kind of worried that we're a little too strong because we have been fighting everything that we can in this game, so I've been moving. It's interesting though because Emeraldo is just in, and it's I'm comparing the 3 games that have been brought before us because between Visions of Mana and Visions of Mana, Golden Sun: The Lost Age, and Xenoblade, we cover a lot of the spectrum of RPGs, from what I understand. That's pretty cool. It's interesting seeing the variety that role-playing games have been able to cultivate over the course of the many decades. There's also a lot of role-playing games that don't feel like traditional, like what we consider role-playing games. What I think some people would say is like, would this be what we call a role-playing game, or is it something else? And it's interesting seeing how many different games fit the criteria. I messed something up, didn't I? What did I do? Okay, go back. I need to go back. I need to look at what I did again. I feel like this game has definitely also built up in me a lack of understanding as to where I need to go. But I like that the dungeons. I think I like it when a game isn't worried about letting you be lost. I think when it comes to games about adventure, I think allowing the player to be confused for a time is good. Doesn't mean that you need to keep them confused, but it is good to let them be confused, if that makes sense. Kind of like, okay, there it is. How do I get there? That's my question. I have to stare at this from, how do I get, okay, there it is, the ladder. Okay, I had to stare at that for a moment, my bad. Something in my head was just messing with me. I think it's because I've been staring at this entire place for exploration is fun. Yeah, and I think that part of adventuring is being lost. It is being unsure of where you're going. Because that uncertainty is part of the fun, I find. It can be difficult when that uncertainty is overwhelming, but where am I? But I think there's part of any of a good journey is that you're going to have time where you're not really sure where you're going, and that's okay. I think if you always know where you're going or where you're going to be, you live too certain a life, and that itself can be that has a difficulty where there's no risk, because you know where you're going at all times, and it kind of leads itself to dulling out really quickly. I think it's very easy to become a little dull that sense for wandering, for adventure. I think if you're making an RPG, you really want to cultivate that sense of discovery. I think the feeling of discovery is so key to an RPG feeling strong. You know, like the story feels excellent because you're always on the verge of discovering the next big piece. That the puzzles therein and the worlds and the characters and the story, you're always moving forward and you're always chasing something that is going to be really intriguing. And I think that sort of stuff is really key to keeping the game and the story and the world feeling fresh. Something I always prefer to, it's like I think if you tackle, I like to tackle the writing puzzle. You know, if you're gonna write a story, you really want to tackle it from all angles. And even though my work doesn't often get to have artwork, it's one of those things where it's like with the video games, of course I have artwork and you have to consider those sorts of things. But I like to pull from Araki, the writer of JoJo's. He wrote a book on writing manga, and I like to use the way that he talks about what you need, what is necessary in order to write good manga. A lot of it applies to good video games as well, where you have the 4 components of writing, you know, characters, plot, worlds, and themes. And then you take those 4 things, and then with those are all wrapped around by the art style. And for video games, I think there's an additional wall wrapped around those that is the mechanics. And I think those sorts of things, when they all get to come together and create an experience that's both mechanically and psychologically satisfying, I think that's where you get like the greats, the classics, you know, the must-reads. And man, there's a lot of must-reads in the RPG genre, I think. I think of all the genres, I think RPGs have the largest number of games that could be easily said, you should check out all of these, right? At least that's how I feel. I feel like it's very easy to look at this genre in particular and say, all of these could very easily be stated as, this is something that somebody should check out, right? So I think most RPGs have a little bit of that must-read feel to them. The only ones that don't are the ones that most people don't even remember in the first place. And I feel like the genre has a plethora of stories to dive into. Probably why the fantasy genre is so rapidly exploded in terms of popularity. I think it's so widespread because fantasy can be everywhere. And a lot of RPGs fit into fantasy in some way or another. May not be fantasy in the way that everybody thinks of, but certainly is similar. Why does this pillar decide not to move? Who does he think he is? What are these rid rocks? It is interesting that this place, which I have no context for, is the first one we get any sort of... I don't really have any context for this place. We really don't. It's kind of wild to look at. Okay, but now I'm back here, but why? What is the benefit of this? What have I truly gained? besides a fair number of levels. Yeah, I will say though, if anyone wants to check out my stuff, I do have that links command there. If anyone wishes to see the various works that I have done, I will have a new book coming out next week. That is the plan, unless something goes catastrophically wrong. It should be out probably by Monday, actually. So I do hope that, and that book, I will say, I'm very proud of this next book. I did do something that I am extremely interested in, is that I actually wrote it's a short story version of one, but I wrote a choose your own adventure book, and I'm very proud of it. It took me a long while to plan it out, but I was able to make it work, and I had a lot of fun with it. I think choose your own adventure stories are really hard to write, but they're really fun to do. I think that there's some serious legwork you have to do for that sort of thing, but it's really fun. It is a lot of fun to work with. I feel like the choose your own adventure style of writing, I think it's also interesting because it reminded me a lot of when we played Voice of Cards on stream, which next year, absolutely gonna finish that trilogy. Absolutely gonna get around to finishing the trilogy. I feel like I have to give myself time in between each one, because every time we play a Voice of Cards game, I just get more and more emotionally, like, worried. I get fraught when I play those games. The Forsaken Maiden absolutely hurt my soul. I'm just like, and Laddie is, man, oh, I just thought about Laddie. Oh, man. Why do I have to make myself sad and think about Laddie? Why do I have to do this to myself? Oh, you know, we could hit this boy with the Ragnarok. That'll be fun. Hit this boy with the missile. Well, he's dead. Worth it. She got mentioned. I'm just sad because it's like, I just remember what happened and it makes me sad. Just the immediate sadness of, oh, Laddie. Aw, baby. I love Laddie to tears, though. I do appreciate that character a lot. What do I need? What is the need of this thing? Oh, I see. Understanding acquired. But yeah, the Voice of Cards games, it feels like writing the Voice of Cards games when you're working with... When you work with RPGs, when you work with second-person narrative, you know, when you're telling a story with by saying you do this, you do that, you definitely end up with a very different writing style and different conventions than you would normally. Wow, I am a spinning. Oh. Okay, what does this do for me? Really? There's a great many games, though, that I feel that way about. But I like the Choose Your Own Adventure story type. I think there's some real might to second person. And I think it comes from the fact that as a reader, you always will view it through a specific lens that is very hard to escape, if that makes sense. Like the way that it says you do this, I feel like you cannot escape the personal nature of the storytelling. If a book makes you think, oh, the book says, oh, you do this. You go into the dark corridor. You enter the scary place. Because it suddenly changes the story from, oh, this character does these things, and I have the detachment of a character to, it's you. You have to walk in and be the one opening the door. You are the one going into the spooky place and having to handle the monster. It's much of the same way when you're playing a first-person game with a character that's not as defined. You know, I think like the Amnesia games really get this, where most of the time the division between you and the character is very thin. It's thin on the ground. You know, there's very little between you and the person that you are controlling. And because of that closeness, it's very easy to inadvertently be like, okay, yeah, I forget that this story is just, you know, I think it's easier to forget that it's not real. Where you're kind of, the wall between you and the story is thinner. The division of fiction and reality is a lot harder to maintain. I'm gonna just shove this way some and see where I end up. And the only downside of this place, the music has been on like this for the last very long time, so it's like this for a while now, so we have been here for quite some time. But I think that's also why I guess I should talk about this some more, because the next game I want to do is a horror game, but I want to do it with the second person narrative. I think that there's some real power in horror writing to use the second person narrative as your hook when it comes to horror writing. Because it's a lot easier for me to directly target not just the player character, but the player themselves. And by extension, wind power. This I need to give to Shiva. There we go. But I think there's some heft behind going, because I think when you grab the player, when you get the player in a way that they didn't know they were vulnerable in, I think in some ways that can be very scary. Because it's similar to how, I remember this, I don't remember the name of these horror games, but there was this glut of horror games that would grab the camera of like a streamer or like of the player, or they grab like the computer's camera, right? And that sort of thing is actually rather perturbing, because it does show that the game is targeting you in a way that you can't really defend against, in the same way that you can defend against other aspects of a game's design. How do I... Oh, I see, it's up there. Oops. My bad. But there's some real fear factor when a game touches something, I think especially for streamers, where the game goes for things that you weren't expecting to be a place to defend. I was watching an interesting video by the Tale Foundry about two different ones, about analog horror, and also one on like children's horror, like children's folklore, like he called it child lore. That was the term he pulled for the discussion. And I was watching the videos, and I thought it was interesting that when I considered how horror, whenever the Bravely games refer to the Celestial Realm, they use the device's forward-facing camera to show the real world. Oh, that's a really good touch. That's interesting. That's a good one. That's a great use of that, actually. But there's ways to affect the player that go outside of the game, or play with the conventions of a game itself to target the player directly. I've mentioned before, there's a monster in Monster Hunter, the Iceborne DLC, the Monster Hunter Worlds. There's a monster that, for all intents and purposes, is the only monster to ever show awareness of the player, not just the player characters, but the player themselves. And to put it plainly, it is probably one of the scariest things to ever notice when you're playing the game, because it's the final boss. I won't say more than it's the final boss of that DLC, but that particular enemy is capable, like, it has eyes that pop out in its final phase. It has like these eyes that are on its, like, it's a very strange creature, honestly. But the thing about the creature that is the most terrifying is when you realize that its eyes are not looking at your character, but at the camera. They're looking at you. The thing is aware of your existence. And it's honestly a bit perturbing when when a character shows that they can grab the fourth wall and not just touch it, but crack it. And it only works once or twice. I don't think you can do that more than a few times in a game. Unless it's a, like, I think with the Bravely games doing that, I think that's a fun mechanic, a fun sort of gimmick. But I think that if a game overdoes a particular usage of those sorts of things, it can become a little bit worn in, would be the way I'd use it. But I think there are ways, this is purely during final boss battles, right? Not all the time. And that's exactly, I think I think even without knowing the context, knowing that they would reserve that sort of thing for a specific moment or mechanic, I think it's that exactly kind of proves the point, is that it's like there's some real power in knowing when to use that shot and pulling it at the right time. Like, the thing for Monster Hunter is only in that one specific instance and place. That time and place is the only time you ever see that thing happen. And it's so freaking cool. There we go. Just because I'm curious, does this do anything? Ooh. Okay, I wasn't actually expecting that to be a thing, but alright, cool. That works out. Now, oh, I have a way to get that box now. Excellent. We have been in this dungeon. A wobbly rope making me nauseous. Honestly fair. Honestly fair. That's at 866 coins. Why that number so specifically? Interesting. Okay, there's the stairs forward. That's an ad break. 666 coins. Oh, okay. Oops. I did not read the number properly. Oops. Yeah, sorry, I was drinking water too fast. Blech. Too much water. Oh boy. I do get, I will say though, this dungeon has definitely been an interesting treat all around, but holy crap, we've been here for more than 2 hours. We have been here 2 hours. So we started this dungeon, well no, it would be, we started it at like, okay, no, we started it around 8:30, yeah? We have been here for so freaking long. We have been here. And this is all just to, like, get to the rock, or to the middle of this rock or whatever. I don't even know why we're here. I just know that we are. Right-hand rule. Let's go this way. Never mind. Spin. Spew, wee, 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 wee. Pew, pew, pew. I love the. I don't know why, but 2D assets spinning in 3D space, like as if they are in 3D space. I do like that a lot. I appreciate the ability of this game to spin a 2D, because I know they're using 3D modeled things to do the 2D spins, but I don't know why I like sprite work when you have a character that spins in 3D space. Is this dungeon supposed to be the underworld or something? No, it's just inside of a giant mesa. It's the inside of a mesa that seems to be the home of air magic? Or at least a home of air magic. Apparently a werewolf uses wind magic and sends people over here to do something or other. It's very weird. I don't really understand yet. Wonder why I have 66 coins then? You know, your guess is as good as mine. I wish I knew. I don't have more than a solid, maybe, to put down. My uncertainty is high, and my knowledge is little. Can I push this one around? Okay, but why? Okay, what's the point in this then? Oh wait, the ladder. Doy. The ladder. I mean, we have been traveling underground at this point. Even though this underground has been inside of a mesa for the past hour and a half. We're coming up on 2 hours in this place, which does concern. Hello. Oh. Oh, it's the Urple. Oh, they have parallax mapping in there. That's cool. Good on them to have a parallax map under the floor. But also, why is What? Why is? I'm gonna save my game really quick before I get too far. It's like a Frogger game suddenly. Could well be. Tablet, a strange character written on it. Wielder of Wind's might, lay your hands upon this stone. You bestow upon thee the power to see the truth unclouded. Think I ought to touch it? Sheba touched the tablet. Oh, she gets the reveal power now. That's cool. So, if I'm understanding properly, just to like to discuss a little bit, let's at least put this down into context. We learned the reveal ability from a nice old lady. In the last game, Ivan got to learn reveal from a nice old lady who said, yeah, meditate on this, and then just taught him the ability and also just shoved it in his brain. In this one, we have to climb halfway into the earth, grab a stone tablet, and take Sheba's brain and teach her reveal via the method of magic. Yeah, because now we can do this. So now we have the ability to see that which is unseen. Whatever the freak that means. Okay, I do need to check the other side, though, because apparently there's stuff over there. So I don't think they'd have two paths if there wasn't a thing on the other side. I do appreciate that they put a lot of the main pathways on the right hand. Most people are right-handed, so putting things to the right is generally a decent thing to do, because it does mean that most people will go that way first. It's a bit weird, and it's a bit strange. It is a little bit of a oddity of human psychology, but generally, human psychology demands that our dominant hand is what we lean towards when it comes to directions. Which is also why I mentioned the right-hand rule. The right-hand rule is a very human, it's a algorithm in a way. That's like good adventures go left. Left is, at the very least, you want to check left first before you go right. You at least want to make sure you check. But it is, the right-hand rule is a very, it's a very old, what would I call it? Like a metric, like an algorithm. It's an algorithm for puzzle solving, because as long as you put your hand on the right wall of the maze, you know, if you're solving a maze that's pretty simply made, putting your right hand on a wall and just walking until you get back to where you were. Another part of this is that old games always said you progress to the right. Yes. Which is, again, it leads into the right-hand rule, where we expect that going to the right side is the correct method. There is an expectation that we expect that going from left to right is the necessary pathway. And a lot of that's just playing with basic human psychology. I think that's something that is actually... way back in the stream at this point now, we had a discussion about good and bad game design, and I feel like it's not necessarily bad game design to have a character move to the left. Like, because obviously there are games where you have to go both left and right. But I feel like generally having your characters start by going from left side to right side generally would be considered I think that's a more proper thing to start with if you're doing like a 2D platformer or a 3D game. 3D games, you want to go forward, but I feel like you still want to maintain that right-hand rule idea. It's very important to remember it. Okay, by the time I get out of here, I am going to be strong. I am going to be insanely strong in terms of my raw power. I think that there is one thing about this game so far that has been a little confusing, is beyond the motivation of exploring the new continent, I'm not sure what else is going on. Okay, there's a lot of stuff we missed. Nahamaha, I do know that you're the one, you have the knowledge. Are there any Jinn in this place? As in the, when I say Jinn for everyone who's uninitiated, it's like the DJINN. Like the little spirits. But, oh, I got, okay, so that Felix leveled up again. Just to double check. Yeah, Felix is insanely busted. 156 attack. His luck sucks, but I don't think that matters. His luck is 2. But I haven't seen any Jinn all the way through here, so... Then again, if there's anything that requires reveal, then I would need to double check it. I do think that fighting most of the enemies has been worthwhile, though, because we have leveled up immensely. No, but there was that summoning tablet near the beginning. Oh yeah, you're right. The summoning tablet. You are accurate. I'm going to need to make my way back there, then. I'm guessing it's something to do with reveal, so... Because it feels like the kind of thing you would grab on the way out, because you have the ability to now. So I need to find my way back over there, then. Okay, this isn't it. Definitely going to be a heck of a trip on the way back. Let me send the foxes back for now. They've been rather patient with me this week. I've been very busy. Cool. It's definitely been interesting on the journey has definitely been interesting in this game so far compared to our first foray with Golden Sun. I'm curious where this one ends. Truly. Because I feel like this story has to go somewhere very different, all things considered. Let's see. Oh, this got reset? Okay, I don't need that stuff, but... Don't need to worry about that, but I haven't yet figured out where the... I haven't yet figured out where I'm supposed to be with the summoning tablet. Wake Sphere. Okay, that's a lot of... Yeah, we can do it. Oh, we should see how good it is. Quake Sphere is pretty strong. Extremely strong. Okay, very good. We're just getting just strict stat level ups right now. Not getting any new abilities yet, but that's fine. Okay, where are we now? And what are we doing? Yeah, this is going to be, I feel like this entire dungeon being just the grand majority of this stream is fascinating. So it does make me wonder how... dungeons are going to be in this game, all things considered. This has been a extremely large area. So I do wonder how that's gonna move going forward. Cannibal Fang. Just damage. Yeah, we have gotten... I think we've leveled up a little too much. This is the kind of thing where when I play through Pokemon Mystery Dungeons, eventually I expect Late Dungeons to take multiple streams. I will say I have played I remember I played a couple of different Mystery Dungeons way back when. Okay, I just realized that Summoning Stone is... I still have to go get that. I do need to go check that. God dang it. Well, I don't want to leave the Summoning Stone behind, if only because I know that I should try them out. A few of them are smaller, but most are quite large. Yeah. I do think it's nice, though, because it's clear that they expect you to take the knowledge you got from the first Golden Sun and apply it. And that's fine, but it is a lot to take in. Okay, I need to find that... I do want to find that Summoning Stone, though. I do think the Summoning Stone is worth it. But yeah, Mystery Dungeon, I don't know, because it's like the number of floors that Pokemon Mystery Dungeon has is rather insane. Got Storm Ray. Okay, very cool. Leveling up is still good though, I'll take it, but I do worry that I do worry about the stat line I am dealing with right now. Okay, where is it? I think it was in here somewhere, yeah? If I recall correctly. I think it was the lower level here, I think. I think this is it. I think this is the space I'm supposed to look for it, but I don't know where to start. At least I think it is. I think as long as I get close enough, as long as I find the room, I can start looking for how to get there. That'll be the goal. If I recall correctly, the final dungeon of the main game has 50 floors. The post-story dungeons can have more than 60. I believe that is accurate. I know that some of the other Mystery Dungeon games also have some just absurd floor numbers, so it can get a little crazy. Okay, I am not having much luck figuring out where to go. I should probably... I feel bad, because as long as I'm not missing Jin, I don't mind, but... Because the summoning tablets aren't as important to me, but... I would like to get as many of them as I can. But I also know that... The problem is that I also know that if I stay here too long, I will 100% not be able to figure out where to go next. All of them include optional 99th floor dungeons. Yes. Which is just wild to consider. Yeah, I think the Mystery Dungeon games kind of go a little nuts with that, but it is fun to see the limits of that pushed. Okay. That one goes that way. I feel like I'm missing something. It feels like the main problem I'm having is it feels like I don't remember how to get to where I want to go in this place. And that's the biggest and most grievous part of this, is just not recalling how to get back to where I was before. You know, it just occurred to me, I still haven't done whatever that requires of me. Let me see if I can do something with that yet. There we go. Also, Final Fantasy X last mission is a single 100 floor mystery dungeon. That's the game. Intriguing. Oh, there it is. I think I recall. I think I see how to get that, though. I think I see what needs to be done. Hang on. Watch this. Okay. Let me see. That one. This rock. Emu. I believe I understand what needs to be done, but my understanding may be lacking. Okay, never mind. It was very easy. Send forth the wind. Yes. Okay, good. Very simple. Whew. Yeah, but I think dungeon design is really, I feel like smart dungeon design, some like these puzzles are insanely in depth and I do appreciate them a lot. But this sort of stuff is insanely hard to get right. I think making good dungeons is a difficult process to go through. I think even more so if you're doing it in if you do this sort of stuff in different mediums. I feel like if you write because I write my books similarly to how I do video games, and the way I like doing some things is I like to use video game principles when it comes to organization, that a space and time should be understandable very efficiently. Summon Flora, 2 Jupiter, 1 Venus. Standby gen are needed. Okay. So it is so that extra box of information just tells you what you need in order to summon. Okay. I can understand that. This I understand. Okay, now I can just leave. I have nothing more to get here. We can just go. With reveal now, we should be able to do a lot more things, but first and foremost, we can go and talk to the freaking werewolf. And maybe move the plot forward a little bit before we can we end stream today. Wouldn't that be a treat? Where am I going? I swear. Of all the things though in this place, I feel like the biggest threat to me personally is having to determine which way I'm going. Trying to just solve the mystery of where I am is the hardest part of this game. Alright, we're doing good though, we're cooking. I will say, the fact that I can basically deal with most battles by just mashing A tells me that I've leveled up a fair bit, so that's good. But it does worry me. Use a treat to get out if you're lost. Yeah, might as well. I always forget. I feel like retreat is one of those things I just forget I have. Where does that? Okay, this puts me at the entrance of this dungeon. I like that the entrance of the dungeon is only that one. You know, it doesn't include. It's not Ayers Rock because Ayers Rock is just an area. This I have to walk myself back. It feels really different when you have to walk the rest of the way back. All right, time to make the long trip back down. Because now we have a long way back down. This place is definitely a bit of a hike. It's worth it though. It was worth it. At least, I think having reveal this way is interesting, but it does kind of take a little bit away from the story of it. I feel like getting the ability through another character was kind of nice, but yeah. I think my ears are getting a little tired. Alright, we're moving though. We are moving though. Whoa. Oh! I did not really realize that I could move in this way. Huh. You know what? I just realized I should probably move this. Let's go down. Ooh. Secret stuff? Secret tunnel? So many things I can't wait for you to see. I'm very intrigued by what is, because this game feels like it's very weight bear. Its story is bearing a lot of weight right now, and I'm really hoping that it can capitalize on what it is placed before itself. There's a lot that's left that I have left to witness, both in terms of the story and the world. So that much I've been aware of, that there are a lot of questions left for me to understand. So I'm curious how this game will follow through with the promises it has already left down. Can't reach that. Okay. Anything else I can do at this point? In the moment. Oh. Okay, at this point we just need to get out of here, so let's just move. Just need to keep moving. As long as I get out of here, we're good. Yeah, it does feel like this place I feel like this is the place that some kid in a distant past definitely had to ask their mom to help them navigate because they were so confused. Because this place is an insane amount of travel. I do wonder what... I wonder what inspired... Because I don't know if it would be technical limitations that inspire this sort of thing, this sort of work. Because I wonder what fashioned the game into the shape it took. What sort of experiences did the devs have that created the experience in this specific way? Oh god, now I have to find my way back to Garo. And I also should go double check. I think with reveal I might be able to get that fire gin that's in the one village. Maybe. I hope so. That would be nice. Hello, Garo. Now we're back to here again. Nothing to reveal here. I'm gonna have to think about what else this place has to offer when we come back through. I'm deeply intrigued by what this place also has. Ah. Okay, we're back now. Oh, full moon. I love that water. The water animation there is so good. Okay, let's go up to the funny rock. Outsider's here. Hello. Just popping into their cave and they're just like, oh. How? Ooh. I keep reading as ooh. Hello. Look, it's that werewolf. I imagine that kid is so confused that we were able to get down here. It's right there. Let's go find him, Felix. I'm gonna go this way first because I'm curious. There's nothing. Okay, good to know. We need to give chase. Now then, let's give chase. At least this place doesn't have any enemies. We can just walk around as intended. I will save my game really quick while I'm thinking about it because we haven't saved in a while. Hello? Felix, wait. Where could that werewolf have gone? You think we lost somewhere? No. Hope we didn't, or rather, I'd be quite unhappy if we did. Like a wolf growling, didn't it? I hear he's not so good, but there was something. Oh, I'm gonna guess there's no need. He's using Psynergy. Oh. Oh, his child is harmless. He does look kind of small. Oh, he's just growling. Tell me, who are you? How did you come to be here? I'd like to ask you the same question. You possess the powers to reveal the unseen. Yes. Of course, I was certain that you must. This boy's growling. Yes, you are correct. They must have passed the challenge of Ayers Rock. How come that kid doesn't talk like you? When we become werewolves, speaking the human tongue becomes more difficult. But you can. You must be someone special then. Special, perhaps. Why do you call me Maha? I assume you can also use Whirlwind. To learn to reveal on Ayers Rock, you must also know Whirlwind. That's right. I think we can tell Maha that we're adepts. What did he say? I wanted to know what an adept is, a question I would like answered as well. Adepts tap into the elemental energies to generate forces like wind. Elementals, you mean the 4 elements, the power of earth and fire, water, and wind. That's correct. These elements together comprise everything in our world. Interesting. Very interesting. This boy is so confused. What did he say that time? Yes, there is... If there were no longer any need to hide from you. Why do you have to hide in here in the first place? No doubt, most would find the sight of a werewolf rather unnerving. You are sadly correct, many consider ours an accursed race. Aw, poor guys. They found you in your werewolf form. Once our people were burned at the stake as abomination. Okay, I was not expecting it to get that dark. Called this purification. Horrible. But this little one, he won't get excited and try to bite, will he? No, poor baby. Child, return to your home. I love him. We can trust them. Go back home now. They are adepts, not unlike us werewolves. They guard an ancient secret. Meanwhile, today, Val interviewed 2 people about their tales. Interesting. You can trust them. They won't have betrayed us to the world. Woof. It's grown quite late. Why don't you go to the inn and rest? But then... I will not leave this place. You aren't going home? When I learned the reveal, I lost my human form. The wild is my home now. So Master Maha, you always look this way. And the little one? Child changed because he looked directly at the full moon. So by tomorrow morning, he will return to his human form again. Aw. Let us retire. I like Maha, he's cool. Maha's a nice dude. Stayed the night at the inn. Oh, you didn't sleep much last night. You didn't look like you got any rest at all. Master Maha told us all about you. Don't worry about the bill. It's on us. Oh, that's nice. It's a side quest. Girl with a squirrel tail is feeling insecure, so you need to interview a cat person and a dragon person about their tails. Oh, interesting. We're all friends. You're just saying try climbing the rock one more time. Wolves are really noisy last night, too. Last night when you saw me, I was wearing a hood. I guess I won't have to do that anymore. Maha said you were the only outsiders we could share a secret with, so does it bother you that we were all werewolves? No. Wow, you guys really are different from the others. Most people run away screaming or even grab their weapons. Here, tell the Master Maha you guys are special too. We don't have to hide our secret. Well, ain't that nice. Alright, let's check the weapon store now that we can. Weapons. Actually, let's sell first. Sell the Sacred Feather, because we don't need to reduce anything. Sell the Pirate Sword. Huh. I think we're good otherwise on selling, I think. No, we had to sell the Wooden Shield. There we go. There we go. Artifacts. Witch's Wand. Witch's Wand. Not too bad. An upgrade would be... An upgrade's an upgrade, we should use it. Let's see what we can get in terms of new weapons, though. Okay, we're good. We have to do a lot of this stuff sometimes, just the... You have to go through the... Safety boots. Raises defense, lower speed. Don't need that. Adept's clothes. Travel robe. We definitely have to... It's interesting how much we have to navigate menus for a little bit like this. We have a... This is something that I think this game... It pulls from the general language of, like, Final Fantasy and... Dragon Quest does this a lot, where you have to... You have these tiers of weapon upgrades that you just have to... Weapon and armor upgrades that... You just kind of have to take time to upgrade and do all this stuff. I think it works well enough, though, that it feels... Kind of funny the developers decided to make that side quest, because it's fitting when you have 5 races. Interesting. I think it's also interesting when they consider those sorts of things, right? Where they're like, oh yeah, here's this Here's this piece of the world that we want you to consider. And that's really nice. Oh, this is just slightly better. Oops. Guess it doesn't really matter that I buy another one because I can just do that. Human, tailed squirrel, beast, cat, dragon, and sproutling. Oh, I see. Yeah, I think I feel like some side quests really do just make you, they give you pause. Okay, we'll leave that for now. We're good. Okay, now we can leave Garu behind. Well, there's this box up there. I'm gonna take a guess that there's a way to get up there that I'm not seeing yet. Not to be confused with pause. Yes. If I had to theorize how I get up there, it's probably using... Oh no, it's using reveal. It's this one. That's right. I remembered. I was able to recall what was the necessary information. Now we can go this way. Go... Nope, across. Open the box. Hypnose sword. Unleashes moon air. Oh, I can give it to Jenna. That's funny. Yeah, sure. Pretty good. I do like that they have a little shortcut for when you figure this out, because then you can just kind of slide. Do slide. Okay, good. And now we can head back to... Actually, there's a bunch of places we have to go check now. But more specifically, there is a very specific... There's a very specific area I need to go to now. I also want to see if that... Where's that town I was at along... Well, oh god, Mikasala is all over there? Eh. Oh god, but that's where I wanted to go check next to see if I could get that Djinn finally. Because I think reveal might be able to get me past what I need, but I don't know if that's the case or not, so I have to run all the way back there, check, run all the way back. If it does work, and then I can get the Djinn and come back. If it doesn't work, then I have to run all the way back here. Weh. Oh well. It's fine. Whew. Let's see. Very least, we have made a lot of progress today, regardless. We definitely made it. We definitely got a lot done today, so I can't really begrudge any of this. I feel like we got a lot done, even if a lot of it was done in the dungeon. Still very worth it. Let's go. Yeah, well, I'm gonna go back to Mikasala and see if we can't find... I want to see if reveal isn't the thing. I need to come all the way back to Garo. This is Mikasala. Okay, it is not this. Okay. The thing I wanted to know was if reveal was the thing I needed for... I wanted to check Mikasala for whether or not I needed... This is what I needed to get down to the Djinn. That is actually what I came here for. Which at this point I'm thinking is mildly silly. Anything? I was just in Garo, but I came back to Mikasala because I was kinda certain... I kinda was hoping that reveal was the thing I needed for this Djinn, because it feels like it's gonna be a really long trip backwards if this isn't what I need, but it seems like that's not the case, so... That's a little unfortunate for me. I was hoping that this Djinn was obtainable by... I was hoping it was obtainable by reveal, but it seems to not be the case. There's a gin northeast of the map of here in a patch of forest. In a patch of forest. On the map of here. Just have to run around. Is this area up here? What is this cave? Osenia Caverns. Where exactly is this? Huh. I wonder what this is. Oh. That's funny. Can I slap the ground? Maybe slapping the ground will work. I don't know. Let's see it. It does not. Okay, good to know. Okay, so we probably need some sort of dig mechanic. Understood. This is not it. Patch of forest. This definitely feels like the part of the game where I'm going to be a bit lost. Wow. Yeah, so I guess to talk about the next week of streaming, this week of streaming, we're gonna play more. We have tomorrow is more Pokemon Coliseum. I'm hoping that we can beat Relgum Tower tomorrow, and preferably we catch all the Shadow Pokemon. I hope we don't have to reset or anything, but you know, of course, knock on wood. And we have. And then Saturday is still Hollow Knight. We're moving pretty small triangle bit of forest. Small triangle bit of forest. Might have been a little bit ago. Is it triangle bit of forest? Triangle bit of what? Right here? I'm gonna wait here a moment because I need to drink some more water. I'm like, brain is starting to go. So, tomorrow, Pokemon Coliseum. Saturday, Hollow Knight. Sunday is gonna be more Grim Fandango. I would like to finish Grim Fandango. I'd like to. You know that cave you couldn't get the tablet in? Oh, okay, got it. Understood. I can go back. That one won't be too... That's not too bad a trip. I can go back. Easy peasy. Alright, we'll go back up there. A Gin is worth it, because that's just free stats. I swear. The only real downside to navigating this world is the speed you can go at. You can go through. Where? All right, I need to make the long trip back. I feel like as long as we find a place that I can generally rest in, it'll be fine. Hang on a step real quick. Ears were feeling a bit like, ugh. I think it's just because my head's a little stuffy right now. I don't know why. Up here. Somewhere in here is a Gin. Okay. Going to have to scan for it. Probably gonna take a little bit to find it, but shouldn't be too bad, all things considered. At least we're gonna be able to... Should be able to find it pretty quickly, maybe? Oh, it's right here. Camera makes my brain hurt a little bit looking at it like this. Okay, not these guys. At least these guys aren't strong enough to really be a threat, but... I do like the little spin. You're just like, woo. It is amazing that the camera can even do this stuff on the... And this is the Game Boy Advance. It's crazy. Just wild to consider this sort of stuff at this point. Small triangle bit of forest wedged beside the mountain, just a bit to the south. Just a bit to the south. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can figure out what you mean. Triangle bit. Oh, this thing. Here it is. This thing. Hey, Mercury Gen. Which, now that I think about it, it makes me heckin' sad to see a Mercury Gen at this point. Oh, it ran away. Yeah, I'm back here, you little nerd. I'm not letting you go. Weh. Oh well. Yeah, this is gonna be the part where we have to just deal. We have to just play ball. Okay, now we're not letting this one get away. I will just make sure. It won't get away this time. For sure. Just hit him with everything we have. just throw hands as hard as possible this time. We just don't let him... We just deal 1,000,000 damage. Now, the real sadness is, how do I work with this, in truth? Sour. We have sour. Yeah, unfortunately, we have... we don't have a water... We don't have a character who uses water who we can give that to. I do tend to prefer the... I tend to prefer, at least a little bit, the Jinn being on their proper elements, but I recognize, though, that it is one of those things that is much more a preference, not a requirement. Okay, another level up. Let me save. Real quick, like. Alright, now we have to walk back this way, because now we can, I think now we can cross the desert. Maybe? We can at least get started on it. Alright, we just gotta keep moving, though. Yeah, this is... I think this world is very well realized, but it is freaking huge, and it is quite a task to walk across. At the very least, it's not, like, hyper tedious to cross. It's just... it's enough of a task to make you second guess whether or not you want to double check something. I feel like this game definitely does not incentivize backtracking in any fashion. I don't think I would want to backtrack in this game at all, like ever. Okay, wait. Do I need to go this way? Is it this way, or do I need to go to the other side to get to the desert? And that definitely seems to be a general theme I've been having with this game, is it definitely has been a lot more... it's been a lot more travel time. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it does impact the pace at which I experience the story. Which I think will end up, in one way or another, changing how we go through the game. So I do wonder how this will feel by the end of it. Okay, reveal is not the answer for this. Interesting. The other side is desert. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, and I realized it. So I have to go around, I have to go the long way around to get to the desert proper. Well, that's the thing. This also says Yanagi Desert, or yeah, the desert. It says the desert name, but it's not the right part of the desert. Oh, balls. Okay, so to get to the desert now, that means I have to go the long way around. And that's a lot of walking. I guess we'll just get there. We'll try to get as far as we can. You know what? Now I'm kind of wondering if I should have kept one of those sacred feathers, because it might be faster if we just skip fights, but yeah, because I don't think we can't cross the desert to get there faster, I don't think. Or at least this part of the desert. I'm gonna double check myself, but I don't think there's a bridge here. No. Okay, no, there isn't. So I have to go the long way around, back past Mikasala. And then I have to... God, it's such a long trip. I think it's just the fact that it's such a long distance to cover in a game that has no fast travel. But this is before fast travel was a commonplace like idea. Like there are some games that were doing this. I think the Pokemon games had a fast travel system, but even then it was something you had to unlock. So I don't really want to fault this game for choosing like, yeah, you're just going to explore the overworld. Because it makes sense, but it's also, man, it does feel a little different in today's modern age when you have to hoof it the long way to get somewhere. It is quite a different sort of feeling. It is going to take us quite a bit to get back over there. Though then again, I'm looking at the clock, it's not really that long of a trip in terms of actual walking time. Because the actual time spent walking isn't really that long, it's just... I think it's exacerbated by the fighting, but even then, that's not that bad. Not too bad. Certainly not bad enough that I'm actually gonna follow through with that idea of getting the sacred feathers and try to stop the number of fights I have from growing out of proportion. It's not a bridge up there, is there? No, I have to go this way. But this shouldn't be too bad a trip overall, but it's just like it's enough of a hassle to be like, okay, yeah, I do have to consider my mental stamina when I'm crossing like this. Okay, we now have, if I'm not mistaken, that means that we have, yeah, I feel like being level 15 at this point feels almost odd. Because that's about, because what level? We were like level 34 or something? We're about halfway towards towards leveling up all the way with this game. Roughly. I do wonder if I'm over leveled for this point in the game, but I don't know. I don't really know what these games ask in terms of leveling, so we will see what we'll see if we're too strong or not yet. I think it'll be probably the next time we have an actual boss fight. You know what? That just came to mind. When was the last time this game had a proper boss fight? Because even the Ayers Rock didn't really have a boss fight. We didn't really have any... We didn't have a major battle. We just kind of came out the other end, and that was kind of it. Which is surprising. That seems... That's intriguing, that we haven't really had a... This game really hasn't had any, like, proper capital B bosses. So I'm kind of curious what we're dealing with here. Can I slap this? Oh. Can. Interesting. What is the benefit of doing so? I guess just the sake of like because I can. Interesting. The Guardian Ring. Well, at least we get to have the fun desert music again. Yeah, I think we're kind of. I think I'm going to need to figure out how we're gonna. There's a glitch with retreat that lets you kind of use as fast travel, but I don't remember if it shows you places you've been or all the places in the games that might have spoilers. I see. So it's probably if I had to guess based on that statement, it's probably one of those things where you have to know which doors are considered dungeons and which ones aren't. And if you remember which one was the last one you were in, then you could theoretically do something with that. Follow the pirates here from Madra. Are you going to Al Hafra too? Yes. I don't think you can get through the desert. You probably just should have crossed the bridge you passed on the way here. What do you mean by that? I'm guessing that the bridge being down was also a ploy by the nerds. The nerds. I don't know why I was just thinking about that. But I don't know why I'm calling them like that, but very curious what, because this game is, in my mind, it feels similar to where Hollow Knight is right now, where I'm not sure what the payoff will be for all of the questions that have been set up at this point. It feels like I'm growing closer to the answers I need, but in order to get to those answers, I need to chase down a lot of threads. Definitely feels like there are a lot of plot threads I need to go chasing around before I can have the answers I seek. So I'm wondering what the... I wonder what the end result will be by that time. I guess more specific. What are you doing up there? What is that lad doing up there? Chonky boy? What is he doing? Why is the chonky boy up there? I need to find a way to this man. How does one reach him? I don't see an immediate way to get there. How does that work? How does one reach him? Just chonky boy up there? What is he doing? Why does the chonky... Why does this boy get to be up there? His elevation is higher than me and it perturbs me. Curious what the... it's just such a weird thing to set up and... Again, I think there's been a lot of games we've played lately that have had interesting relationships with progression and payoff. Of having these setups and then having to pay them off. And some of these games have some... It's been interesting seeing how they handle actively trying to give you that catharsis. Give you that feeling of, ah yes, of course, this is what you needed. This is the piece of the puzzle you were missing. Okay, however, seeing that did tell me I should probably start smashing more of these down. Because I'm definitely aware now that one of these could be blocking a ladder of some kind. Perhaps. This one. Yes. Okay, I think I am beginning to understand what the game has here. I had to smash all these things, but not this one. Ooh. I will say the high level has been nice though, because we also have a lot of money. We do have... Okay. Oh, clever. Clever. Very clever. I am understanding. Because you need some of these up. You need to keep a lot of these up in order to be able to trigger, to use them to open the different sections. Okay. So I'll need to come through different. I'll have to come through from the other side as well, just to make sure I get everything. Level 15. Very cool. Sheba is a lot stronger now. Insanely clever level design, though. I think this is what I was talking about, though, where it's just having... Like, this sort of puzzle design is insanely hard to do. But the fact that they're able to do it and not just do it, but do it well, is insanely crazy. It's just crazy to me. Okay, so I need to find a stage transition so we can... Yeah, then we can go back. I think I understand what needs to be done to get up there, but... Man, that is clever. It's clever because of the ways that it's toying with my expectations.